Happy Friday, July 25th, 2025. It's 3 minutes late is not the worst time in the world, but is it really 3 minutes late when I have to change the stream time from 8:30 to 8:45? I think it's 3 minutes late. So how you guys doing? How was your week? What was going on in your lives in particular? Hopefully the audio is doing good. No, everyone's complaining about the sound. Hopefully sound is okay. Let's see. Quiet one, quiet. Let's see if we cannot adjust the volume. Let's do that. That might help. Go ahead. And adjust it just a bit. See if we can't do that. Because the fear is if I do the automatically don't adjust it and I do that it might come in and blow out some eardrums. Either way, it'll adjust over time. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Volume. I see the chat. You guys are all chiming in. Volume. There we go. Too quiet is the complaint. Hopefully the volume's a little bit better. We did tune it up a little bit. So we've got some stuff to cover tonight. We've got a lot going on. It has been a wild week. I guess it always is. A little bit. Bunch of cases that are going on right now. And I'm still playing massive catch up from a vacation that was well overdue, but also created a lot of catch up to be had. I was in court 5 days this week, which is exhausting. All different cases, 5 days, different cases. I am tired. Very tired at all. Look at that. I'm so tired. I said very tired at all instead of very tired indeed. What is going on? What is happening? So let's see. Let's try this. Because I think people are complaining about a lot of different sound. Sound issues are always the damn issues. So we're going to mess with it a bit, see if we can't get it fixed before we get into live coverage of everything we're doing. Because we've got a lot to cover. We've got Chuck E. Cheese being arrested. That was new. We lost some really cool people. That was difficult. We had a very interesting situation of a prosecutor taking the witness stand and testifying uncomfortably for a long period of time. I don't know what was worse, whether it was the fact that he was on the stand testifying, ADA Lally testifying, or what he was saying during the process of that testimony and how much we can trust the Norfolk County DA's office going forward. That was nuts. I don't want to spend too much time on that. And then very briefly, I wanted to talk about a case that I had covered a couple of years ago, FTX bankruptcy case. And you guys might remember there was a lot of money circulating, a lot of money being spent by FTX leading up to that bankruptcy filing on all kinds of stuff. And we've got some results or dispositions in some of the cases. Trustees dismissed a bunch of them. So, like I said, we'll have to figure out what's going on. And then most recently, this evening, I made the mistake of logging in and discovering that there was an app that I had no idea that existed. It's called the T app. And the more I read about this particular app, the more curious I became about the possible legal implications of the data within the app leaking or being hacked and disseminated broadly. So we might have to cover a little bit of that. And then we've got Lori. I always screw it up. Is it Lori? It's Lori Vallow Daybell, who was sentenced today in the Maricopa County matters that have been pending. So it's going to be a minute. We've got some stuff to cover and get caught up on. Let's see. What are you guys doing? How you going this week? I can't speak this evening. I'm actually having trouble. I think it's probably because of how much I was speaking this week between various in-court and out-of-court arguments. I think I yelled a lot this week. Not yelled. I used a very, very firm tone of voice. So now I'm struggling to just speak normal words. So we'll just have to figure that part out. Lori is the gift that keeps on giving. I really wouldn't necessarily call her the gift that keeps on giving. I would say that she's a character that just Whole lot going on. Whole lot going on indeed. Wait, what was done to Chuck E. Cheese? You'll see. You'll see. I will say only in a certain jurisdiction will a news story like that end up happening. God, it is wild. Adam Lally. Yeah. Adam Lally really doesn't care a lot about a lot of things. And it was kind of really frustrating to listen to. So we're not going to listen to all of it. I did want to focus on a few different points of it just to, I don't know. You could probably have every lawyer out there watching that hearing and probably stand to hear commentary from just about all of them, because every single one is probably going to have the most horrified reaction that you could ever have to hearing something in court. Rather, hearing something that you pray just doesn't ever happen, and you would be shocked to find out if it did. For example, if I were to discover that that is how search warrants were handled in circuit court in Fairfax County in a murder case, I think that would be the end of a lot of careers. And I don't even think it'd be a question. We will have to see. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun indeed. And then while we do have to put up with a little bit of Lori Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell, and a whole lot of just things that come out of her mouth during the sentencing hearing, we do get to hear the judge snap back. And Judge Boreski, whom I appreciated throughout the entire trial, Judge Boreski was a breath of fresh air. It was very much appreciated. So, okay. Where are you guys tuning in from? Do you have beverages in hand? Do you have snacks in hand? What are the snacks that we're eating today? I just scarfed a piece of pizza. However, there's an Andy's pizza around here. It's really good. And the other thing is it's hot. I don't know if you guys are where you are. If it's hot where you are, it was hot. It was not the day to be walking around in a suit, and I was doing way too much walking around in a damn suit. Way too much. Runts? Wow, awesome. Melbourne, Australia, coffee, South Jersey, and water. Popcorn. Popcorn's going to be necessary indeed. Sydney, Australia, cup of tea on the way. Salad, I need one of those. Something fierce, Utah, and a bit of vodka. That's the only way to handle what happens in the courtrooms in Utah sometimes. Cherry ginger ale, Tito's and tonic. Everyone's chiming in. Hopefully, we let some people wander on in. I do have a linen suit. I have a really cool suit that I got to wear this week. My tan suit. I loved it. It's very interesting. I take the opportunity when I'm in court. I take the opportunity. I think it's kind of funny. I use my suits to, I don't know. What's the best way of phrasing this? I think a lawyer should be appropriately styled. I've made the comment on several occasions and told the story on several occasions of a moot court competition where I gave a full argument and the judge said, "You did great." And then the judge next to him said, "You did great." And then the judge that was the practicing lawyer said, "You did wonderful, but I couldn't stop but stare at the quarter inch between your tie and your top of your collar." I like to make sure I'm looking as good as I can walking into a courtroom. I feel like it gives credence to you are recognizing the importance of the situation you're in. And you show that at every step, both by the words you choose to say, how you choose to act, how you choose to stand, and how you choose to dress. So if you dress professionally, speak professionally, act professionally, stand tall, straight, back straight, when you walk into court, you're more inclined to treat it with respect that it deserves. So I like to do that. That is just an important thing I've always found. And then the one place I never run late is court. Yeah, it's always difficult. So let's do this. Let's get caught up, and then we can go through some of our initial stories of the evening. Got to make sure I've got them all pulled up, though, which I don't have, obviously. Why would I have everything pulled up, Rob? You only started 15 minutes late because you were running late as it was. What a great idea. Because why would you get things and have things all lined up and ready to go. You just quite candidly wouldn't. Oh, we also saw the Koberger sentencing hearing, which I've got opinions on that, but it's very difficult to manage. I don't know how I felt about that hearing. There was part of me that was, I don't know. You don't want to talk about that? I don't know if we do. No, we do. It was a dark, dark hearing. Very difficult to process. So, I mean, you can talk about it if you want to talk about the Koberger sentencing. So I've got to pick. You know what? I'm gonna wait till Ian gets here, because Ian is going to be here, and I want to have him talk about it, because I feel like the forum for talking about the Koberger sentencing is with another person on the other side, and having that dialogue. There was also a fair bit of excessive force that was utilized in an arrest that took place in Florida. I don't know if we're going to go through that. Like I said, there's just too much going on. My brain is about as ADHD as it can get right now, and I'm going to have trouble focusing. I really am. I'm not going to be able to get through it, because I also am thinking about so many different stories, whereas sometimes I'm going into court, or I'm coming here at the end of the day, at the end of the week, and I've really had one thing on my mind, because usually I'm not in court on 5 days in 5 different cases, handling 5 different things. And then managing the other cases that I have in my docket, usually try to keep anywhere between 50 and 60 active cases. Managing between all of those cases with 5 different ones. So my ADHD is firing off like a mother right now. Not to mention all the different things that occurred. So I don't know. We'll probably chase 6 or 7 rabbit holes. We'll end up somewhere. We'll get through a bunch of topics. We'll have a bunch of discussion. The T app is really funny. We'll just say keep adding stuff. The chain will go to the sunrise. It might. So yeah, exactly. There you go, Morgan. Ian is the perfect ADHD cure. Uh-huh. Right. Did I forget my meds? No, I didn't. I'm just all over the place. There's sometimes when even the medication, the strongest medication, can't necessarily keep up with the level of ADHD that the brain is firing off at. So it just kind of happens. Oh no. My 11-year-old forgot his meds today. I am prepared. Yeah. It can be that. Oh, literally. Funniest story. Oh my God. There we go. There it is. Here you go. Got the ADHD. There it is. The ADHD brain is here. Guys, it's here. Here's the evidence that's here. So, literally in the middle of a conversation with Mini Mischief 2, who is speaking to the whole group of us about something that he's observing or something that he did during the day. We are all seated eating dinner. It was post-dinner. This is dessert. He's eating dessert. And in the middle of this conversation, he is looking outside and he says squirrel, because he actually saw a squirrel. It wasn't just watching a kid just all of a sudden their head shoot sideways. It was that this kid literally was in the middle of a conversation telling us about his day and how much he loved his day. And a head shoots across and he says, squirrel. He proceeds to stare out the window at the damn squirrel. If my brain wasn't so happy in that particular moment, just had observing that and having the opportunity to watch that in real time, oh my God, it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. It was a literal squirrel. It was great, because the other thing is I will often yell at either Mini Mischief 2 or Leo the Doberman and interplace their names, like just completely mix them up, because their mannerisms and behaviors are oftentimes very similar. And in that particular moment, it was not just Mini Mischief 2 who was looking out the window. It was a squirrel. It was also Leo. So both of them were fascinated by the damn squirrel.
Squirrel?
Yeah. Please tell me you heard at least part of that story.
All I heard was the squirrel bit.
Did you hear squirrel and you were like, I have been summoned? It's like the bat
pretty
signal.
much.
No, I was telling a story that I was sitting there. We were sitting there after dinner eating dessert. And Mini Mischief 2 is sitting there in the middle of a conversation telling us about his day. He literally shoots his head, looks outside, and goes, squirrel. Actually looking at a literal squirrel. I could not have been happier. It was an actual squirrel. Oh,
that is
how you doing, bud?
That is awesome. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm all over the map. I was telling chat before, I was in court all 5 days, but it was all 5 days in connection with 5 different cases. And
that's rough.
And it's also not dealing with all the other cases that are going on in the background. So
it's way easier when it's like 1 5-day case as opposed to 5 1-day cases.
So my brain is all over the place as it is. Yeah. Brain is all over the place, which is also great because it's not like there weren't little intermittent hearings throughout the week that people were covering that all were very relevant topics. It's been kind of wild. So, you know what we should start with? I know what we should start with. We should start with the T.
Yes, that is going to be a whole thing.
Let's see. Have any mainstream guys picked it up yet, or is it still a bunch of the 4chan folks reporting on it? Oh no, CNET picked it up.
It's this one's exploded. This one is huge.
Wow. Okay, well let's I'm going to pull up. I think CNET. I mean, we don't really use CNET as a source very often. Let's do that. They might.
This is gonna be. This is going to be big, and I'm going to cover it when it starts becoming a case because it'll totally become a case. And I don't see how it could not become a case at this point. In fact, it's going to become like 6 cases or like,
20, 30.
One 50. One big class action case. So, yeah.
Let's go ahead.
Let's talk about the T.
Let's talk about the T. Let's swoop to the T.
There's a whole lot of people in chat going, what are they talking about? And
what are we talking about? Yeah, because it wasn't on a list of topics, but it was something that kind of broke today that was a little bit wild. So reporting from CNET, the T app breach exposes 72,000 selfies, ID photos.
Whoa, let's first talk about what the T is.
I think they're going to tell us what the T is. There we go. The images had been a legacy data system that contained information from more than 2 years ago, the company says. So T, a women's safety dating app. I'm sure that was the original purpose of the app. I don't know that
it's also like 25% safety and like 75% gossip. So yeah, I mean, what it is it's basically a system that now they have ID checking to try to limit it so that only women can sign up. And they're like, only women are going to be on this platform. Now, of course, that lasted about 6 minutes before lots of other people got access. But regardless, the whole thing is that people are, you can go and like look up a guy.
Look at this.
And they'll have a profile.
There. This describes it. This image describes how they advertise themselves. It is advertised as a safety app for women that are out there dating. And you can see over on the far right-hand side is this individual. God, that's a stock image that's very unfortunately used. I'm sorry for the stock image individual who's there. But Simon Leviev, you can see if you're dating somebody, you can look them up and you can say, oh, look, they've been convicted of theft, forgery, and fraud, and were sentenced to 2 years in prison. And you can see their marital status and all of these other details.
The problem is that it's going to end up out of date very easily because things like, oh, right, this guy's not married anymore. This guy's just out like celebrating his divorce by getting on Tinder. And, somebody's going to look him up and be like, married. So.
And as you can imagine, it also kind of can devolve into, as Anna points out here, kind of like the Are We Dating the Same Guy posts. Kind of.
Yeah.
Where
there's going to be, it encourages the posting of like, various things about the guys, which becomes a problem because like, let's say, I mean, it's not available in Canada, but let's say somebody watches my channel and they go, I don't like this Runkle guy. His hair is too long and he's got bad takes. They could easily go and like put in something as if they dated me and, put in all sorts of crazy shit. Which, by the way, if you're contemplating doing that, not necessarily specifically with me, but with anyone else, this is basically defamation farming. The
Yeah.
number of defamation cases that are going to come out of this is going to be huge, and they specifically try to keep guys out, so they're trying to make sure that, like, if somebody says, "Oh, you know, Runkle is a serial killer" or some shit like that, that I never find out. Which, you know,
which is it's the same thing about how are we dating the same guy stuff every time. Well, we'll get back to that in a little bit. Let's actually cover what actually happened. So according to their preliminary findings, the breach allowed access to approximately 72,000 images, broken down into two groups: 13,000 images of selfies and photo identification that people had submitted during account verification, and 59,000 images that were publicly viewable in the app from posts, comments, and direct messages. It's the post, comments, and direct messages that's going to tee this up for a lot. Those images had been in the legacy data system that contained information for more than 2 years ago. At this time, there's no evidence to suggest that current or additional user data was affected. I don't know that that's going to be exceedingly relevant for the purposes of our discussion, but anyway, here's what it is.
And of course, well, for one person who just super chatted, let me see if I can pull it up here. Where were you about 3 hours ago when I joined the wait list for this app? They make you take a selfie in real time so they can verify you're a woman.
Wow.
Here's the thing. You're probably okay.
Yeah.
Because it looks like this is, you know, this is older information. So you're probably all right.
So it's stuff, it's user data or data that gets shifted from a server that's an active server, because these servers clog up with a lot of data real quick. And your focus as a company is oftentimes on actively used data. So you're basically putting priority on making sure that you have the capacity to handle the actively exchanged data that's going on the server. And you have to offload archive data or data that's legacy data, older data. You have to offload it to another server so you have space so that the active data doesn't become bogged down. So the issue that a lot of companies run into is that because you're prioritizing active data, oftentimes a company might, I don't know, forget certain security protocols on their legacy data.
I mean, this is, you're being, I think, a little too forgiving. This is a massive fuck up.
No, I'm just saying.
This is like if the bank decided to take your money and instead of storing it in the vault, they decided to store it in like a milk crate in the back alley.
No, it's this is akin to a dude that who you have all of this information on a
milk
secure
crate
server
in the back alley.
Well, yeah, you have it on all on a secure server, and you move it to like a jump drive or an external hard drive, and you just give it to the random guy on the street and say, "Hey, hang on to this for 5 years."
Well, they actually had it on the internet, posted in clear text, so there was just no encryption, no anything, and all it took was There was no, like, everyone is like, T got hacked.
There was
T
zero
did not
encryption.
get hacked.
That's not hacking.
There was no encryption. It was just posted to a live folder. And so somebody like did an examination of their servers and was like, holy shit, all of this is just available in the open. So no, it is like the bank just deciding to leave your cash in a milk crate in the back alley, because all it took was somebody just going out there and picking it up and walking away. And before it got announced, this was already scraped. Like every little bit of data was downloaded and then posted publicly. And this data includes things like people's pictures, but also their IDs. And their IDs include addresses, and somebody has already set up like a searchable map that shows you like T users and their addresses.
Let me show you something. So for the people in the chat that are wondering how this gets found or what Ian's talking about, I just typed it into the chat so I could pull it up. Like as an example, right? A lot of companies will have their servers or their websites set up this way, where it's like domain name / and then we'll have something. And one routine method of people trying to just see how dumb companies are is they'll take that last folder, or they'll drop off dashes or the backslashes, they'll drop those off and see when they can get to some root folder. Are you saying that the company had data in some format that allowed it to be backdoored like that?
Yes. All it took was just connecting. And the thing is that people who are doing this don't just like type stuff in. They've got ways of like actually scanning to see what's there, right? There's various programs that allow you to just look at a server and go, what files are publicly visible? And so they did that, and they're like, oh, hey, here's a whole ton of image things. So, yeah, this is insane, because literally nothing, like there is no reason why this should be stored in plain text at all. Because they're like, hey, we've got a women's safety app, and like this T app has been controversial, we'll put it that way. There are a lot of men who are upset that it exists, and there is an argument for it, because I think if they had the thing, like if you did this gender swap, there'd be a lot of people pissed off there too. But there's a lot of guys who are, and some of these guys are not stable. Like some of these guys are the worst of the internet, and they're like upset about this. And so now they have a grudge, and they have like a list of addresses of users. And I'm like, people are going to get harassed. People are going to get threatened. People might have like their door knocked on. Like this women's safety app has actually endangered all of the users.
Yep.
Who are either women or pretending to be women. And it's like, oh my God, it's so.
Well, that's one aspect of it, which is concerning. There's like 5 avenues you could go down and highlight some significant concerns with what this breach means and what's going on behind the scenes of this app in general. Because I think
you've got a whole lot of options for fires. You've got the tire fire, you've got the dumpster fire, you've got the diaper fire, like all the things are. But everything is on fire, and it's like not just regular fire, it's awful fire. Like this is like, if I was the T people, I'd be shutting down the company right now and like Googling non-extradition countries.
Yeah. And this is also why when we talk about, hey, let's go ahead and put in identity and safety verification for different online storage and require people to upload data to verify who they are. And by the way, that data might include a driver's license that has present contact information and, other personally identifiable information, just to require that for them to access the website. We might also want to consider that when you're doing that, what the possible consequences of that is.
Just Google luxury prisons for the extremely stupid.
Yeah. The other thing is this also, to the extent that any of the information being exchanged on these websites or circulated on these websites, this is kind of what I was saying with the people that communicate in the "Are we dating the same guy?" Facebook posts. Everyone always says, well, it's all private. Well, it's private until it's not. And when you talk about people that might have a cause of action for defamation or for all those things, if you say something false or circulate a false statement, and you circulate that false statement, and I want to be clear on what the definition of publicly means. Publicly
is to one person.
Yeah, it's to one other person, and you're saying something false. If you're saying something out there on the internet about somebody having a past conviction for some heinous crime that they were not convicted of or that they did not do, then and you are saying that behind the scenes of one of these "Are we dating the same guy" website or the T app, welcome to defamation.
Is that this happens all the time. I was talking to somebody who was actually wondering about like a defamation suit, and and with very vague details, their ex put a bunch of shit about them online, none of which was true. Yep. On one of those kinds of, and it wasn't actually the "Are we dating the same guy?" It was something similar, but a whole bunch of shit. And they're like, "Can I sue over this?" And I'm like, "You need to talk to somebody who is a defamation lawyer," but it doesn't sound ridiculous to me. Like, this sounds like a good claim to me.
And Joy WCA, the point that I was making earlier is that the things that got leaked were both two sets of data. One was identification images of the users, and the other one was images similar to what we saw at the beginning, which is some of the exchanges they have about the guys they're reporting about, like DMs and other things that are being exchanged, information. So yes, there's both sets of data that are out there having been leaked.
And it's going to be awful, right? And I mean, the other thing as well is that this kind of stuff I kind of feel is like, it's one thing to put out like safety information, like, hey, this guy is like a, multiple convicted sex offender or something. But the you also get a lot of information there that is like, somebody made a mistake. And so you're going to see information that might be true, but also might be the sort of thing that people used to be able to move past. Like, hey, this guy was dating me and somebody else at the same time. And it's like 8 years ago or something.
Yeah. You're like, okay, cool.
But, it'll be like, this guy can't date again for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And I mean, the same thing would apply if there was I say if there was a similar one for women, somebody is starting one, and I'm not even going to name it because the name is actually kind of awful. Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Yep. Like, look at this. So you could actually, like, I'm going to pull this back up, just the explanation of you would be able to give guys not just like say, hey, this is a safe person or not, but you would give red flags, green flags. You can add commentary about them. We went on 3 dates and then he just disappeared, slept with them, which I'm now like regretting. Like, you don't call your app T and then say, no, this is 100% just about safety. You didn't, you wanted it to be more than just the safety aspect.
Yeah. And I mean, in theory, we should have, if you're going to be posting information and saying that it's correct, there should be some sort of vetting, right? Because if you just put down like, oh, this person was convicted of like all sorts of whatever, where's the actual vetting of this? Like, where's the, how do we know it's true? Leviev, I think that is actually a guy with, convictions and so forth. But, what if it's not? What if he doesn't have any of that stuff, right? How are we going to...
Yep. Then you're in a bit of trouble. Now, I did joke with you earlier that there is one aspect of this that could be potentially funny.
There's many aspects that could be funny, but
someone sues and says I was defamed because on this app they said I have a small penis. And it's like, well, now you got to prove that you don't.
And you know what?
That's kind of an opinion thing too.
Sometimes. I mean, if they just use the word small, but yeah.
God.
Like, the court would have to decide what small means in this context. Like,
oh no.
Where is the boundary of small versus not small? That would be something the court would have to make an official ruling on. There have been like cases of like SA and so forth, where people have had to like drop trow to prove something or not. So it happens.
It does.
Because I mean, I'm aware of multiple cases where there was an allegation of, SA, and the guy's like, did they mention some extremely unusual thing? Because if they didn't, then they probably didn't actually see, like, isn't this a thing you would have mentioned if it happened, kind of thing. And that's an awkward conversation because you never really want to be in the position where you're, like telling your client like, hey, At some point, we're going to need pictures of this, and that's unfortunate.
So it's like, do you want to have the awkward conversation now or in like 2 months? Do you just want to get it out of the way, or do you want to feel more comfortable before we have to have this chat?
Yeah, I've had to send a prosecutor like medical records, which at least was better than sending pictures, but it is still like, hey, this didn't happen because here. And yeah, that's an awkward conversation. At least medical records are not quite as visually descriptive. And Elf Wiggins says, do not demonstrate that to the jury live. It's been done.
Yeah, it happens.
There have been cases reported in the news where people have dropped trow mid-trial. And yeah. So
sorry, just putting something to the side here.
Let's just say make better life choices than to end up in a court case on either side where people are
people get into the debate about what's lawful, what can you do, what can you legally do. And I always tell clients, that's not the world that you want to be in. You don't want to be doing what you can legally do, because a lot of court cases end up in front of a jury when there's a legally right decision being made. I mean, you want to end up in doing the things that don't put you in a courtroom having to defend it as being lawful. You just want to engage in activities and behavior that just keep your ass out of a courtroom, unless you're a lawyer, in which case you're in the courtroom because you're doing it as your job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
100%.
So
there's just all sorts of things you don't want in life.
It is indeed. So that was the breaking news on the T app. So it's going to be funny to see where that goes. I mean, obviously it's going to be several months before we get any information on anyone filing a lawsuit because of it or any downstream effects, but
I bet it won't be that long.
Really?
Oh, I bet that hits real fast. I bet we see a lawsuit real quick.
I mean, the big one that I remember was when you remember Ashley Madison?
Yeah.
Yeah. When that list got leaked.
Yep.
So Ashley Madison, for those of you who don't remember, Ashley Madison was a website and for some reason, someone thought this was a brilliant idea. Honestly, the people that created the website got a ton of people that paid money to be subscribers to the website. But holy crap, did no one who joined this website think about downstream effects? It was a website that was literally designed as a dating site for people that were presently married. Like you would sign up,
or who are interested in people who are presently married,
or interested in people that are presently married. It was literally a cheater site. It was signed up to, and it said, we maintain your privacy, yada yada. Well, some
spoiler alert.
What was really interesting is every divorce lawyer in the entire country, I think, got their hands on the list at some point in time. I had the list for a period of time, and it became old news really quickly. But the data that got leaked, or the data that got put out there, was it was the data that was filled out for the credit card that you had on file, or whatever payment data you gave. Now the lovely hackers were kind enough to remove the actual credit card data and just leak the names and the addresses and all of the other stuff. But it was the first name, last name, billing address, city, state, all the above. And oh my word. Now some people were smart. Like they would use their zip code, but they realized that the credit card companies really certain credit card companies really only flag certain transactions. Like if you have the right zip code and the amount is de minimis and it's not a really significant charge, some credit cards won't flag it. So some people would put in like John Doe and then the like a random address, but use the correct zip code. Some people just put in all their information, and all of a sudden,
people lost jobs, people lost marriages. I mean, they should, because that is exactly what that is exactly how that should go. But yeah,
it was interesting. Well, that wraps up the T discussion. The T. So now that we did something that's quasi funny, I don't know if that would be quasi funny or not. Would talking about the Adam Lally thing make you mad, happy, laugh, or like righteous ranting? Where are you emotionally in processing that?
All of the above.
Okay. Because the debate is whether we go to that, whether we talk briefly about Chuck E. Cheese being arrested, whether we do a quick intermediate trip down memory lane for FTX on some cases that got dismissed, or whether we jump straight into Lori Vallow Daybell sentencing, which I feel like we need to wait until we can really use curse words very freely and openly for that one. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, looks like chat is saying Chuck E. Cheese got arrested. Is the next?
Yes, it'll
Next
be
place
the
we go.
state of Florida versus Charles E. Cheese. Charles Entertainment Cheese, sorry.
Yep. Okay. I feel like the Tallahassee Democrat, being a local newspaper covering it, might be the way to go with this one. What do you think?
I mean, sure.
So Chuck E. Cheese, folks. Chuck E. Cheese gets arrested. All right. Out of Florida, because, Florida. Like, do you really have to say it anymore? Like when I gave the chat the hint, like, hey, Chuck E. Cheese got arrested. Did you really have to ask in what jurisdiction did this arrest take place? Or were you already there? Chuck E. Cheese in the costume got arrested by Tallahassee Police Department for credit card fraud. So Chuck E. Cheese is stealing money. So social media is abuzz. Locals share photos and videos of the renowned mouse Chuck E. Cheese being arrested by Tallahassee Police Department officers, being taken out of the restaurant as kids at the end of the park. Let's see. Some of the images. It is literally Chuck E. Cheese being arrested. Just you literally cannot make this up. Like you just can't. They arrested him. He still had the damn costume on. They were like, "Sir, you're under arrest." Officer? I'm very curious how you identified the suspect when putting them in handcuffs as being the person you were supposed to arrest at that point in time.
And the thing is, if I was the cop, I would have been like, "Hey, man, listen. We're just going to do you a solid, and we need to follow you into the back so that you can take off the costume. Don't try to bolt because we will be extremely pissed, but, just we would like to walk you out of here not looking like, the mouse."
Well, and the nice thing is about this photo is I don't have to blur the images of the people in the background because they're far enough away in the aspect of the photo. You can't really tell who they are. But you can tell that they are children that are standing up on the seats of their bench, staring out at this mouse being arrested in their eyesight.
They are very, very clearly,
right. Email, please. Calypso.
I do not have the arrest affidavit either, but I totally want that for Monday.
Would you mind emailing that to me? I'm going to open my email right now to the extent that you have that, because we might need to read that. Is it the real affidavit, or is it the affidavit that is like just about Charles E. Cheese, or however they phrase that? But going back to the article itself, while some question why police couldn't wait till the man was out of the costume, another photo later shows that the arrested man unmasked with Chuck E. Cheese mascot head on top of the squad car. I don't know what's more traumatizing to the kids, seeing Chuck E. Cheese arrested or seeing that Chuck E. Cheese is not Chuck E. Cheese and being arrested. Kill two dreams at one time. Tallahassee Police Department confirmed the legitimacy of the photos because why not? And said that they Jermel Jones on 3 felonies. Oh, can we talk about the employment verification that Chuck E. Cheese uses when they're hiring staff? Maybe
I'm pretty sure the employment verification is just literally, this thing gets hot as hell, right? And it smells like the sweat of like 60 other dudes who've worn this before you, right?
This smells
and
like
we pay minimum wage, and
the
kids are gonna like throw vomit at you, right? Are you willing to do the job? Cool. You're hired. Like,
Terrible. What an awful, miserable job. But also, I mean, it's a job where you're around kids. You'd think that you would do some form of, you're putting this person in a setting where they're interacting with children on a daily basis. Hey, can we do a little bit of background check? Like just a tiny bit to catch maybe, felonies? Like oh,
I mean,
God.
here's the thing. There's probably a difference in amount of felonies than, that they care about, right? Like, if it's felony like child touchery, it's probably like you are not going to get hired. So yeah.
Okay, let's see. Police spokesperson Alicia Hill said police officers were called to the parking lot of the Chuck E. Cheese July 3rd after a caller reported a stolen credit card. Oh, Chucky was swiping the cards. What a dick.
I mean, people really should have realized that when he's like, "Hey kids, I'm going to do a magic trick. Now I just
Watch
need
your
your
mommy's
parents'
credit card go
cards,
bye-bye.
and I will turn them into a PlayStation."
Watch this PlayStation disappear on the black market. Oh God, what a mess. Afterwards, she noticed about $100 in fraudulent charges. Oh, he didn't go big or go home. On her card from places she didn't shop at or hadn't been to. I tell you the time that Mischief got pickpocketed, purse pocketed when we were in Chicago.
The thing is, I've had to get a new credit card number 3 times, and it's always been when I go to the US. And you know why? Because Canada, let's say I get a credit card and, I'm going to hold up something as if it was a credit card that is so not. So, I get my credit card. They bring a machine to the table, and I run it I tap it or enter it there. In the US, it's starting to change, but for a long time after Canada had the at the table machines and so forth, you'd hand the credit card over, they'd take it back, and then 2 weeks later, you start seeing the orders start coming in. You're like, oh, good. Some, the employees copied my card. Fan-freaking-tastic. So it's a lot harder for them to do that in Canada because, yeah. And I hate every time you got to give them your card and they walk away with it in the back. And you're like, ugh.
I have the affidavit. Clipson sent it to me. I'll forward it to you if she hasn't sent it to you directly.
She sent it to me as well. I just saw it show up.
Did you scroll down and read some of it?
I haven't read it yet. I just saw the notification come in.
This is going to be phenomenal. I'm going to love. We're going to love every part of this, and then I will leave plenty of meat on the bones for you to go over this as well, because this is just too funny.
1 second, I just need to see if Mrs. Runkle was getting me a care package. We'll be right back.
Yep. All right. So according to police reports, we're going to go straight to the report itself. And this comes courtesy of Calypson's Vixen. Oh, I'm on the chat are so phenomenal at all of this stuff. So here we go. Got all of this. Jermel Jones. Oh, but closing the loop on smart criming versus not smart criming. I probably shouldn't do that. I don't really want to tell people how to do the smart criming versus not smart criming. We can take a second and do the smart criming versus not smart criming. Not smart criming. Stealing a credit card and using it various times, multiple times within the same day. Not smart criming. That's stupid. That's dumb. But when
I have my care package.
Oh, lovely. When Mischief got her credit card stolen, what is in there? Is that beer?
It is gin soda fizz.
Yum.
It has some sugar, but not too much sugar, and they're awesome. So Well,
when
not
Mischief
awesome.
got
They're
her-
awesome as you're going to get for like cheap. Yeah.
I was just saying. So when Mischief got her wallet stolen, when we were in Chicago, within about 30 minutes of leaving the establishment we were at, get a phone call that someone had attempted a purchase or had successfully completed a purchase at the Apple store, buying like a MacBook Pro and an iPhone. Like they went straight for the single transaction that was the highest dollar figure. Not bad. You go for the biggest reward, the thing you can resell, the highest dollar figure right off the bat.
You know what they went for when I had mine most recently stolen?
What?
Airfare. Like they bought something like 6 plane tickets.
You mean, oh God, that's so stupid.
And furniture.
All right. Furniture, maybe, but there's a delivery address for furniture.
Yeah. I was told that the police sort of let me know that they wouldn't need me to, to anything, because they're like, yeah, A, they confessed, but B, it was real easy to arrest them because we knew they were going to the airport.
You know what makes it funnier about when Mischief got her wallet stolen when we were in Chicago about blaming Mike? Guess who was at the restaurant with us?
Mike?
Mike. He was literally at the restaurant with us. Yeah. No, but using a stolen credit card to buy plane tickets, really dumb, because when you buy plane tickets, you have to put a name for the ticketed passenger. Or when you buy furniture, you have to put a place where the furniture is being delivered.
Yeah, I got a notification that's like, yeah, we caught them, but we will not need you to testify because they very dumb.
So 3 counts: theft of credit card, criminal use of personal identifying information, fraudulent use of credit card more than 2 times within 6 months. Here's the probable cause affidavit. Facts to support the above charge. Let's see. On Wednesday, I was dispatched to this Chuck E. Cheese regarding a stolen credit card that had been fraudulently used. Call note stated the complainant advised an employee of Chuck E. Cheese had stolen a Visa debit card, credit card, and recently used it. She obtained video proof and was at the Chuck E. Cheese to confront the suspect. Oh, damn. I met with the complainant, identified by her Florida driver's license as Michelle Allen, in the parking lot south of the entrance.
I want to know how they identify one Charles E. Cheese from another Charles Cheese, because yeah,
unless it was really, but no, this is about a event. So this is July 23rd when the event took place, June 28th.
Costumes? Or maybe there was only one Mr. Cheese on duty that day.
So here is also dumb criming. Going to multiple establishments, making small dollar figure purchases. Multiple establishments that BT-Dub probably have, each one of them having a CCTV camera pointed at or near the entrance or at or near the cash register where you're using the card.
Now, the thing is, a lot of the time they do small transactions just to make sure the card is good.
Yeah, but that's like a one-time thing. Then you use it for a big purchase or a big transaction, and you do it like either online or some other method that's not going to get.
Yeah, no, this guy's just shopping.
It is from July 3rd to the 22nd. The car.
This guy's just shopping.
That's a 3-week period of walking around with a stolen credit card in your pocket and using it to buy things from the grocery store, from the smoke shop, Whataburger.
I'm disappointed in this guy and his inferior crime.
Really dumb crime. Alan advised she'd visited the grocery meets and obtained videos. Oh, yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
She went and investigated this on her own.
She legitimately did. This is
Please
phenomenal.
tell me the guy was wearing the hat when he made the purchases.
I don't care. I don't care. She literally went to the store and was like, hey, I need CCTV footage. Someone used my card here. Isn't this a matter for the police? Police.
I am the police. She just went and Batman this shit.
I don't know, but she immediately recognized the suspect. Question, was he wearing the mask? I'm back to your question there. As an employee at Chuck E. Cheese. Let's see. Later identified by SSN. So security uploaded the video footage debit cards to the Accent Capture. She advised she wished to press charges. I reviewed the surveillance video. Entered Chuck E. Cheese to verify Jones' match description was present at the location. I observed Jones inside Chuck E. Cheese at the front entrance gate. Jones looked very nervous. He gazed at me with wide eyes, square-shouldered, with a tense demeanor. I asked him if I could enter to use the bathroom, and he replied, "What's going on?" Walk back out to meet with Alan and Officer Curse.
I mean, if the cop just wants to use the shitter, you just let him use the shitter.
It's like, can I use the bathroom?
Because I can tell you, like, police need to use the bathroom all the time.
Yeah.
But if you are at like the if you happen to be the employee of the Charles E. Cheese place and the cop wants to use the bathroom, either have them use the employee bathroom or make sure you check the stall when they're done, because there has been a bit of a trend of officers forgetting that maybe they shouldn't like leave their guns behind when they go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Because,
you know, the gun is uncomfortable. They take it, you know, they take the gun off, they set it on the tank, they do their business, and then they walk out, and then it's awkward for everybody. And I mean, it becomes more awkward if a kid finds it.
So the way I'm reading this affidavit, so they enter back in again and they observe a female employee at the front entrance where he'd just been, asked where the gentleman was, who was previously at the front gate, and then asked if he was the one in the mouse suit. Please tell me that at the time the cops went to the bathroom, walked outside, and talked with one another, this
He
dude
suited
literally
up.
thought he literally thought he was going to get out of there in the mouse suit.
This is the greatest heist of all time, not in the sense of the best, but in the sense of my favorite heist of all time.
This is the most Florida thing that could be Florida. I don't know.
I mean,
if the lady shakes her head up and down, you know, I will take issue with this. I feel like one does not shake their head up and down. I feel like one nods their head up and down. And they shake their head left to right. Right?
Yeah. No, I'd agree.
We approached Jones. He was looking our direction. As I approached Jones, I grabbed his right arm while giving him the verbal instruction. Oh God, this is probably the happiest moment of this cop's life. Chucky, come with me, Chucky.
They seriously.
It's got to be on body cam too.
They addressed him as Chucky.
Yep, you know, and I love that they actually broke out the Chuck and the E, like Chuck E. You know it's on body cam, and you know this cop loved every damn second of it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jones immediately started tensing up and locking both of his arms forward in front of his chest and attempted to pull away from my grip on his right arm. Don't pull away from the cops, not in a Chuck E. Cheese outfit. Just whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to get arrested in front of the kids in the outfit. It's another thing to get to like catch a beat down in front of the kids.
To get tackled. Like I know that it's probably super embarrassing to get arrested. One, but two, the dignity of being arrested in a Chuck E. Cheese costume. 3, it gets worse if you try to run in that damn thing. And 4, it gets even more ridiculous when you see a cop who now has no restraint whatsoever tackling, full form tackle on a running away Chuck E. Cheese. Part of me feels like society missed out on one opportunity. If you're going to resist arrest, give us the footage of Chuck E. Cheese being tackled, please.
And most importantly, you've got to find somebody to play yakety sax while it's all happening.
I gave verbal commands, stop resisting, you're being detained. He continued resisting by bracing his arms towards his chest and wouldn't release his braced arms. I requested that he not make a scene, a scene more than Chuck E. Cheese being arrested in Chuck E. Cheese. Me and Officer Curse exerted minor physical effort, placing Jones's arm behind his back. Every cop has a different definition of what this minor physical effort is. For some
Minor
cops,
physical effort usually means we picked him up and threw him like a sack of potatoes.
yeah. Some cops are like, I attempted an arm replacement surgery via minor physical effort.
My favorite police euphemism is I assisted him to the ground.
Yep.
Which, means somebody got body slammed.
Yep.
Let's just say there's certain forms of assistance you don't want in life.
He was placed in double locked handcuffs, escorted to a marked patrol car, read his Miranda warnings. With his rights known, he agreed to speak with officers. Oh, come on.
Rob, you're developing defense lawyerism because
well, it's like, what am I surprising this guy who did all the stupid criming to be the smart criminal and not speak?
Yeah, every time I see like a client who's like, they talk to the police, it's like, you are not cut out for crime, sir.
It's
even better when they're like, well, he seemed like a nice guy, and I'm like, oh, muffin.
Yeah, some people,
just gonna say there's people who are not built for the life of crime.
No, and God bless him, but then he says affirmatively, the only cards I use is my own Cash App. Well, there's the statement that's really dumb. Denied knowledge about anything about him making purchases at a meat market or smoke shop. Look, if they identify the locations, this is so stupid.
It's just so time dumb. To shut up.
Say the only card he would use to make any purchase was his Cash App card. He described as a completely white card with no designs or markings other than his name and a magnetic strip on the back. I don't got no card on me. I don't use nobody's card but my own. Informed him that there was a surveillance video from the grocery and meat store. Oh, is he going to keep talking after that? Please tell me he does. Where he appeared to be paying for items with a credit card. The credit card didn't match his description of his own personal Cash App card. The card in the video was obviously silver or gray with a visible circle on the front. That's a good CCTV camera if they got that.
That is. CCTV cameras used to be really crap, and now they're really good. And it's a bad era to be a criminal. Let's just go with that.
I know you can see what's on the screen, but what are the odds that he keeps talking after being confronted with that information?
100%.
Jones then advised he sometimes uses one of his cousin's plain gray cards. Okay, sure. Cool.
Well, you just said you never use any card other than your own. And now you're saying, well, except for the times when I use people's cards other than my own.
And I only use this white credit card, except for the times when it's not white and it's a gray card that's my friend's that doesn't have my name on it. Oh, no. And he had it in his pocket. He changed into the mouse outfit, but he still had it in his damn pocket.
Friends, do not trust this person to perform brain surgery on you.
And he kept a receipt. From his pocket, matching the identical number. No.
Like, folks, receipts are for transactions you might want to prove later. This is the other kind of transaction.
Bad. This is so bad. And he had time from when the cop walked out of the store. And he had time to put the damn mouse costume on. And he didn't ditch the credit card in his pocket or the fucking receipt from what documenting the criming.
I mean, I'm starting to think he might not be very good at this.
Oh, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Okay. Oh, no. Then he was also in possession of marijuana. I asked him if he had a medical marijuana license. Surely he didn't respond. No. Why would one respond to that question? While being questioned. And he says back, I was on my way to getting one.
Which is a no.
This person is, I don't know how to process this. Maybe it was the heat. Maybe it was the heat from being in the costume that made him dumb enough to say all these things out loud and have the credit card with him and do the
No, I
stealing
think
of the
it's
credit
genetics.
card. Oh. So gets arrested.
This is
All
one of
of
those
the
things
evidence.
where it's maybe it's not Maybelline. Maybe he's just born with it.
All of the arrests, all of the things, $6,500 bond. All just that's a whole lot of detail. And probably some of the dumbest criming we've had the opportunity to observe.
Oh, don't worry. It goes up from there. This is like a 3 out of 10 on the stupidity scale.
Pretty dumb, Ian. There's a whole lot of dumb. That's
I do
just
criminal
all the
law.
dumb.
The dumbness scale goes up higher than than you would think.
That's true. However, very rarely can we really laugh because sometimes there's like the criming is actually really, really, really bad criming. The consequence of this one was like $100 worth of criming.
Yeah, this one is good for that because you don't really feel bad about laughing because, you know, it's not like, oh, right, and then he killed 3 people and, you know, yeah. Brilliantly planned out a murder and then forgot his knife sheath at the scene. Something like that. With his DNA on it.
Because then, you know, you have to admit to the fact that you have to be talking about a murder. But with this one, you're just talking about someone that just really just dumb. All the dumb. I was just looking because I was seeing if I could find this little video. There's a clip of him being arrested with, oh no, there's the unmasking. Oh God. Let's see. Ask God, check if he's arrested. Of course, and like all the videos are now covering this thing. Every one of the videos are now covering this thing.
Batman gets unmasked.
Yeah. Let's see. I can find the video of this unmasking. Dun, dun, dun. Would have gotten away for it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Or you just really
the kids did very little meddling.
I do too, but I also will just give massive props to this lady, Michelle Allen, who went and literally was like, nope, you're not going to use my credit card without me. Like let's see. They actually had the video. Nope. Fine. Clip. Oh, so I saw your info on the proven locks thing.
I've had a few videos.
I know. They're just playing the big old game of F around and find out. Again, they're still doing it.
Yep. It's an exciting case because it just keeps going on and on and on. And I am like, oh, why are you not making the good choices yet? But they're still not making the good choices. And yeah.
Because why would one make the good choices? Why would one choose to do those things?
Well, the thing I said from the outset is like, so for the people who don't know this story, Proven Locks is a company that makes locks. And when they make locks, they did a video where they're like, look at how hard it is to break into our locks. And there's a guy hitting it with a sledgehammer. There's a guy sort of waving a crowbar in the general direction of it.
I want to pause you for 2 seconds. And it's literally like 20 seconds because that's all how the video is. Closing the loop on this story.
We got to do the video.
Proven Locks.
Yeah.
We're just closing the loop on this story.
Oh, 100%. Do it.
Because I just found it. And it's my fault for not finding it earlier.
Social media is buzzing.
They have the video of the unmasking.
Social media is buzzing with a video of the Chuck E. Cheese mascot being put into handcuffs. Tallahassee's police department officers showed up during a kids' party to arrest a worker in costume they're accusing of committing credit card fraud. A customer who hosted the party at the establishment back in June said she noticed some charges on her card after the event that she did not recognize.
It really was like, you meddling kids. I would have gotten away from it if it weren't for you.
Can I just say how dumb it was that he put on the mask? Because if he hadn't put on the mask, it would have just been like, some dude arrested for credit card fraud. Maybe it shows up in like a police blotter somewhere or whatever. But nobody would have cared. It would have just been like, oh yeah, an employee got arrested, right? And but the fact that he puts on the mask and he gets walked out in cuffs as like the mouse who was trying to steal some family's cheddar, they now everybody's seen him, right? And
wait. What's the line from the movie? Oh, isn't it Bane? Nobody cared who I. Yes, nobody cared who I was before. It's the criming version of Bane from Batman.
I mean, to be fair, Bane from Batman is a criming version of Bane from Batman.
That's also true. It's the comical version. It's the comical version of Bane.
It's like low scary
mask. It's not the scary mask. It's the Chuck E. Cheese mask. Oh,
it's the low rent version of Bane.
Okay. All right. Oh, deep breath. All right. Okay. That we all needed that. Everyone can admit we all needed that.
Yes.
We just make sure there was no super chats on the topic of Chuck E. Cheese. Because if there's a super chat on the topic of Chuck E. Cheese, and I try to bring it up in a later story, it's a far more depressing story. It's really going to land differently. So okay.
Also, you got to wonder, like, have they put like, have they put what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Steel wool. Have they put steel wool between the bars so that the mouse can't get through them?
Oh no. Did they just detain him by putting a bunch of those glue traps around the floor? they encircled him with the glue traps and like, sir, you're being detained. He's like, I'm going to make a break for it. Sir, would you like to answer some questions with a big scoop of peanut butter? Like, would you like to come answer some questions?
Sir, you've been sentenced to death by snap trap.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, I needed that. All right, hang on, let me swoop and then you can get to the proven industries. Okay, so proven industries. Now on to the serious legal topics, although it's not really serious legal topics because it's, again, a lot of stupid.
So Proven Industries makes locks. They did a video that they put out on Instagram and so forth, where they're like, some of you say our locks can be broken into. Here's a guy half-heartedly hitting it with a sledgehammer and a guy kind of waving a crowbar at it ineffectually and so forth. So that's fine, right? But then in the comments, some random guy says basically, I would like to see Trevor McNally take a stab at this. And Trevor McNally is a guy who picks locks for a living. It's what he does. Like, it is just his thing. And he's good at it. So what does Proven Industries say? They say, well, there's no way he would try to go after our lock because he only goes after the easy ones. Which is stupid because now they've called him out. So what does Trevor McNally do? Well, he makes a video where he's sipping on a juice box. He's watching their video. And then it shows the little call out comment that was made about him. And then it proceeds to show him using a bit of I think it's a can of liquid death to shim open this lock.
Do I show the Amazon video? Because the Amazon
do not show the video because they will copyright strike you.
Have they been doing that?
Yes, they have. So, anyway, this did not go well for them because people were upset. And so then they, how do I put this? They decide to double down. It's like, how do I cover this because there's just so much. They call McNally's wife and they leave a voicemail on her machine. They all sorts of things. They just continue to make things so much worse. And then they decide to sue him for defamation and copyright infringement and tortious interference with business relationships and so forth. So there's that. And then they proceed to also make comments about like, everyone's going to see that, this is bullshit because we're going to that his comments are crap because we're going to put out a, we're going to you're going to see in our lawsuit. And then they also suggest that he was faking the videos, that he tampered with the lock in some way. So he did another video where he pulls one of their locks directly out of the Amazon box. And then he opens the lock in one continuous take. So anyway, they file for an emergency motion for a preliminary injunction. And they definitely want him to stop talking. And they lose that, and they lose it badly. So, and then they file to suppress the transcript and they want a sealing order for the transcript and all of the court documents, which have already been out on Pacer. And now the only one that wasn't out on Pacer was the transcript. But there's this fun little thing about transcripts, which is that transcripts in the US are typically done with a court reporter.
Mm-hmm.
And the court reporter can sell the transcripts. So I made a little call to the court reporter and I was like, hey, can I get a copy of the transcripts? And he's like, yeah, sure. It'll be like a couple $100. So I was like, so I sent in the money and I got the transcripts and I went over them and they made a whole bunch of bad assertions or bad admissions, that their engineer was able to, after watching McNally's video, shim the lock.
Yeah.
And so Proven Industries did not get the preliminary injunction they asked for. And so then they go and they drop the case, but they ask for the sealing order. And then some jackass by the name of Runkle files an opposition to their sealing order, and that gets nuked. And the judge was not happy with it. Now, I don't know if I made a procedural error. I've talked to some lawyers in the U.S. who were like, we don't think you did. But yeah, the statute there said, or the local rule says that non-parties can object to a motion to seal.
Mm-hmm.
And so I filed an objection as a non-party. And the court was like, you didn't ask to be an intervener. And I'm like, but it says non-parties can object. So anyway, as much as I could file for a, a motion for reconsideration, I was like, you know what? We're just not going to do that because also McNally filed an opposition and his opposition is better written than mine was. So yeah, it's a whole thing.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing to cover. It's a good thing. And honestly,
but
I like the fact that you, oh, wait, what?
So, Proven Industries has also had a long-standing dispute with a company called Paclock. And
something about this today.
So, Paclock, of course, was paying attention to this, and they have had some opinions on this, and so they have now filed their own, case here. And their case is hey, you guys are claiming that you're making stuff that is, or that you're selling stuff that's made in the USA. But they admitted in depositions and other places that, in fact, their lock cores are made in primarily China and Finland.
Oh.
And in case it's not clear,
so the made in USA
China and Finland are not places in the US.
No. And that sets up any number of things that create serious issues. Oh no.
So PACLOC is like, we are damaged by this because you guys are claiming to be 100% made in the USA. And PACLOC is like, our products are assembled in the USA from components manufactured elsewhere, right? They're being honest about where their products are from. And them being honest about that has actually caused them to suffer some losses in the past, right? Apparently, they lost out on a government contract at one point. This is something I've heard because...
wait, hang on. Please tell me that Proven had any government contracts, because that gets them in a shitload of trouble.
I don't know.
That gets them in a world of hurt, because that's a precondition to making and entering into contracts with the federal government on a lot of projects. And not just that, but that's a material breach, and they can go after you for a lot of damages.
Well, it also gets even funnier, because in the Proven versus McNally case, Ron Lee, the president and 100% owner of Proven, filed a declaration. And that declaration includes that their products are made in the USA and that they are like a company that does American manufacturing. Which now raises some of the fun issues of, did y'all perjury? And yeah. I'm very excited to see what happens there, because the question of did y'all perjury is one of those things you never want the court to ask. Now, you might be saying, well, surely a fine business owner like this would never, be caught anywhere near that. Well, there's some interesting background on this fine business owner. So
you told me about this one.
He didn't show up to testify. They just tendered his declaration. And in his declaration, he notes that, he notes a bunch of things, but the McNally's counsel are like, hey, if he's going to tender a declaration, we get to tender some of the stuff we would have used to cross-examine him, like his criminal record. He has 3 felonies, judge. And the judge is like, okay, well, 3 felonies, who cares? Counsel for Proven, do any of these felonies involve like dishonesty or, and counsel for Proven says, no, judge, we good. And the judge says, oh, okay, great. And then counsel for McNally goes, one of those was for witness tampering. And the judge goes, Proven, wouldn't you agree that there is a, an issue with the witness tampering one? And they're like, yes, judge. And I'm like, right, that is a whole thing, right? So, when you've got witness tampering on the, the list of stuff, I'm like, this is exciting. This is, yeah. Not something that
it's worth the follow. Let's put it that way. It's definitely worth the follow. Okay, let's do this.
One of the stories that I have been having a lot of fun with, because it's Yeah,
Gotten good
it's
views
just so
too
bizarre.
on YouTube. I've seen YouTube likes your coverage of this. YouTube is
I'm
like, give me more of the
there's-
proven industries.
Yeah, and YouTube also has been extremely pissed when I cover stuff that is not proven industries, because
True.
I just did a video that was not a proven industries one, and they're like, so we're just going to bury that because
Because
they're like, yeah, I'm just like, all right. So that annoyed me because, sometimes when stuff does poorly, it's because the algorithm buried it. And yeah, this one got super buried. And I was like, oh, come on, YouTube. I like covering other things too.
I know. They kind of like, they pick up on one story. And if you do anything other than that, they hate it. Like for me, if I put out a pre-recorded video, YouTube tanks it. Because they're like, you don't do pre-recorded content.
Yeah, you're exclusively a live channel.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, after like several hours, it was like at 1,000 views, and YouTube is like, this video is doing extremely poorly, and you should feel bad because this clearly reflects on you as a person. And
for me, I'm like, I like covering cases that make me either I have an interest in or that I have something to add to. Okay.
Everybody always sort of throws the grifter accusation whenever they're whenever they're upset with whatever you're covering. I am going to continue to cover whatever makes me amused. So sometimes that'll be proven, and
or enraged,
funny stuff
or
like
enraged,
that,
or enraged,
just stuff I want to cover, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
exactly. Let me catch up on chats, and then we'll get to another one of the hearings this week that made me frustrated. Cindy Collins, thanks for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Melissa Webb, thanks for becoming a member. Nikki Jackson, thanks for becoming a member. Raleigh Slimery ASMR, thanks for becoming a member. Steve A, what, if anything, is left of Lolly's credibility? Well, that's fine. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it in just a second. Camilla, thank you for gifting memberships.
How is that man still employed?
I don't know. Emily Aarons, we all hate you right now because you're watching while riding your Peloton. And I don't I don't really hate you. I'm very proud of you for doing this. I'm just also very we'll just call it envy. Overachiever.
Aren't Pelotons like super expensive?
They go on sale, like extreme sales, like on when they're trying to offload them, like leading up to the holidays or in Black Friday or in Amazon Prime Day, all kinds of stuff. Baby Steps 22, thanks for gifting memberships. Celebrial 82, thanks for becoming a member. Bonnie Nomanson, I have to say, after the world lost Ozzy and Hulk Hogan and all the BS out there, I think we can all agree you guys are our happy place. Thank you for being. It was a rough week. Ozzy, Hulk Hogan, who was the actor from Cosby Show that we lost this week too? It's been a bit. Emily Apolito, we pulled your chat up earlier about the T app. Carrie Mills, thanks for being a member for 30 months. Quinny Bly, online study. I'm running out of time. Time for laughs. Thanks for laughs. I'm glad to give them to you. Dr. Vez from Quebec. Hey, Robin Ian. Hey, Vez. Good to see you. Jennifer O'Neill, thanks for becoming a member. SFN Texas. There was a website like this years ago. It was destroying innocent people. People tried to get the site removed, but it was protected under free speech. It's not that the website's still protected. This is about the T app.
Yeah, the website's going to actually have a fair bit of protection. It's the users that won't.
Exactly. And there's free speech implications. You can speak freely. You cannot
the other thing is
say
that
false and defamatory statements about other people.
And if they're not, like, if the site isn't careful, they can step outside of that protection. And if they do, then it becomes exciting, because the instant they step outside that protection, then discovery starts to, because, I mean, the day somebody gets discovery against a site like the T is the day that site is dead.
Word. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So exactly. Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. And chat, thanks for reminding me. Malcolm Jamal Warner was the other death that we lost this week. Like I said, it's been a week. Holly Brown, thanks for becoming a member. AG, getting really close to finishing Theory 1. Happy Friday, Ian and Rob. Good to see you guys live. We just paid off one of our big credit cards this month. Congratulations. Please do that. Reminder about the CA court reporting case. I have the reminder. I have it, and I still have to take a look at it and cover it. Again, all the cases that are on the active docket of actual trials coming up, I have to be careful about. Michael Heat, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Harbinger of imminent death. Runkle, if YouTube funding lets you go full pro bono, how would you choose which cases to take? It's a good question.
I've actually got a plan for that. I mean, I'd look at the cases and then decide if I was going to take them, right? But B, what I would probably do is not take any direct approach clients. The way I would take it would be that you go to another law firm. That firm, confirms that basically you have no money, but you have a case that is, worth arguing. Because I'm not looking at taking stuff that is just like dead in the water, like, oh, look, you were accused of stealing from a liquor store. And here you are on video stealing from the liquor store with your very distinctive facial tattoo of your own name. And you left your driver's license behind at the scene. You left DNA behind at the scene. And you also said to the clerk on your way out, do you know who I am? I'm being, first name, last name before you leave the liquor store. Like that guy, I will have limited time and resources, and that guy can, figure things out for himself. But, when you've got people who actually have an arguable issue and so forth, and so
there's a lot of people that are out there that are like that have that need. Sorry, Leo decided he wanted to say goodnight.
Good night, Leo. That's a very cute pup.
Look,
but
look at the people. Okay, now
Leo.
Good night.
But
that was, you shouldn't have stepped on that. Go.
Yeah.
Go.
So basically, just planning to do a lot on referrals. And
you get them. Honestly, a lot of the cases that Ian's probably talking about probably come to him or would come to him from judges and other lawyers that are seeing something happen in court that the judges and lawyers are not comfortable watching happen. Like someone getting railroaded, someone who does have a defense that just doesn't know how to advance it themselves, who a lot of those referrals get made. Judges keep a very keen eye on. Judges have a running list of people that they send people to. And I imagine Ian's on that list for several judges in Canada.
Judges here tend to be a little, they don't want to end up with like the appearance of a conflict by sending somebody to anybody. So they don't generally do that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
how many times have you been tapped in court? How many times you get tapped in court though? I see Mr. Runkle in the back.
Number.
Maybe you should go talk to him. Like
a fair number.
Yeah.
Like I've been in situations where there's a guy who's, having trouble. And I mean, sometimes I just step up, right? there was a case a bit ago where a guy was having a lot of trouble like what he was asking the court for, he couldn't get. And he was having a lot of difficulty sort of understanding why he couldn't get it and why the judge wasn't giving him what he wanted and so forth. And I was just like, Your Honor, maybe if I could speak to the guy. And so I got the guy to agree to come out and sort of explain what was going on. And like, listen, the judge literally cannot help you here. Like, it's just not a thing. And, there are possibly ways to get what you want. You'll have to do it elsewhere and through different methods, but you can't get that here. And then he was able to come back into court and be like, I understand that I can't do the thing I want to do. This still does make me sad and unhappy, but I can't do the thing I want to do. And the judge was, so this was kind of an awesome moment because I'm like way down, like there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to happen. And she's like, perhaps Mr. Runkle would like to address his matter. Which is like the judge saying, like, I really appreciate what you've done to help. So
yeah, when the judge sees your face, walks in and is like, or makes the comment. I've had it happen with one particular judge where the judge saw me walk in the court and says, "Ms. Morton, I didn't see you on my docket today." And I'm going, "Judge, I'm filling in. What case?" I'm like, look down at what's this case? Guess I can take that one now. And I'm like, yes.
The other one I've had that was, not personally like targeted at me, but I've watched it happen. So, and I won't name the guy's name. I came really close to naming the guy's name, but he's a lawyer with a particular ego. And there was a judge who didn't like him because he's kind of an egotistical prick. And so this guy walks into court and he's got seniority. So he's like, "Your Honor, I'd like to address this matter." And the judge says, "Madam Clerk, I believe we'll address this matter at the end of the list."
Oh, God.
So this guy is, he's all like, "I have seniority. I get to speak first." And the judge is just like, "Nah, I don't like you. You get to wait here all day to speak to your matter."
Now, when we have a term day docket, right? It's basically the cattle call docket when everyone shows up to get their cases set for trial. And it's like, I don't know, call it 70 lawyers in one room that are just waiting for their case to be called so they can just go and ask for a damn trial date. So what the judge usually does, the judge runs down the list of docket to see who's present first. So they're trying to just go through and check the box for cases ready, case ready, case ready. And the judge has made it very clear, like, I'm just calling the docket to see who's here. The judge is calling down the docket, and I had an associate with me at one point, and they were watching it. I was just kind of telling them they're going to call down the docket, and she gets to the judge gets to this case and calls the case, and the lawyer pops up and says, "Judge, it's just one moment," and immediately starts walking forward. And I looked at the associate, and it's actually a lawyer who has that reputation and will actually get the judge to do it. It's just one of those people that's just that massive personality that is so just, they fill the room, and you know the second that they pop up and do it. But you also know that there's not another lawyer in the damn courtroom that has the balls to do what that person just did. Rightly so. She just pops up and starts walking. "Judge, just a moment." And the judge says, "Well, Miss So-and-so, I'm just calling the docket right now. It'll just be a moment, Judge." "All right, what is it?" And you're just going, holy crap. My associate looks at me and I was like, "Don't you ever fucking do that." Like, don't you ever do that. Never, ever, ever pop up and say that. You shut up and sit down. You are not there yet. You might be there at some point in your career, but you're not there right now.
I had a moment where, so you know what an articling student is, yes?
Yes. We've talked about, we don't have them here, but we talked about them.
Yeah, you're allowed to do some lawyer things, but you're a lawyer in training, like an apprenticeship thing. And this articling student is, he's talking to the clerk. And often, especially in rural courtrooms, like, court starts at 9. And you go in at like 8:30 so that you can speak to the clerk and you can say, "Hey, here's my matter. Like, here's, and then they know that you're there on this matter and, and all of that. Right. And so all of this is whatever, but he's going and he addresses the clerk and he says something like, I forget the word he used, but it was something like, "Listen, honey," or something like that. And I see the clerk like put down the file she was holding and just like lean back, and I tap him on the shoulder and I'm like, "I need to talk to you outside." And he's like, "Can't you see I'm talking to this woman?" And I'm like, "Right now, it's important."
Compounding issues.
And the clerk is like giving me, like, she's got like an eyebrow, like, "Can you believe this guy?" And I'm looking over his shoulder at the clerk and I'm like, So I pull this guy out and he's like, "So what is it?" I'm like, "Yeah, if you want to have a future in this profession, like doing criminal defense, you need to understand that I don't care how important you think you are. The clerk outranks you. In fact, as the criminal defense lawyer, you are outranked functionally by every single person in the courtroom who isn't like just there in the gallery. The clerk outranks you, the judge outranks you, the prosecutor outranks you, your client outranks you, everybody outranks you. And he's like, oh, well, you know, she's just a clerk. And I said, she gets to go into the back room and have private conversations with the judge. There is no just a clerk, because the person who gets to have the private conversations with the judge gets to ruin your entire fucking life. Because if she goes back there and says, you get a load of this asshole, the judge will remember, and the judge will tell it, you know, his or her friends.
Your reputation flies around the courthouse. You would be shocked how quickly information flows around a damn courthouse. Those bailiffs, they have these microphones on the side of their shoulder, and you would think that it's all official business that gets chatted in that, and most of the time it is. The clerks all have some form of live chat open on their computers because they chat with one another, schedule all the other crap. Information about lawyers. And yes, clerks give lawyers nicknames, and they give them all kinds of stuff to try and make sure it's not really being said openly. That stuff flies around the courthouse.
So I informed this guy that he was going to go in and he was going to apologize to the clerk. And he's like, why would I do that? I'm like, because I don't need to call your boss if you do your best to make things right, so long as I never hear anything like this again. But if you're going to go in and, because as an articling student, the first question they have is, where are you articling? You know, like when I was an articling student, it was, you know, Runkle, first initial I, I'm a student at law with, and at the time the firm was Beaver, Leebody, Frank, and Simich. So, so finally he goes in and he does actually apologize. And he said, I'm really sorry. You know, I really apologize. And the clerk is like, all right, okay. Judge walks in after the clerk has gone out to get the judge. You know what the first thing out of the judge's mouth was?
What?
Mr. Runkle, I understand you were in court here today. Let's call your matter and get you on your way. And you know, if the judge heard Mr. Runkle, you know what else the judge heard?
The other thing.
The other half of the story. And I am like, don't. And I mean, in practice, I have always had a rule, which is if you want to yell at somebody, because sometimes clients are upset, right? They wanted to go for bail. They didn't get bail. They're pissed off. I'm like, you do not yell at my, you know, at my assistant. You ask the assistant to connect you to me and you yell at me. But never do you get to yell at my assistant. And I've fired clients over that. So,
but it's funny because it's either clients or opposing counsel will beat up my, it's an issue with me. Now, you made the comment about the stupid thing said in court. It gives me the understanding that you might not be aware of a particular video of an argument being made in appellate court. Do you recognize the image on screen?
Yep.
I feel like it's worth repeating because, you know, you raised it. And now I think the entire chat needs to see it. I think they've seen it before, but I think they got to see it now.
It's a good one.
Hasn't pursued it, but this could have been three separate.
Okay, but it wasn't three separate. Let's go with what happened in the case.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that.
The best part of this, go back a second.
There's no recovering.
So he's speaking to the justice, the blonde-haired justice.
Don't
watch her. Watch the justice in the middle.
Oh no, I haven't seen. I've been so focused. I haven't seen that part.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry.
Oh, the smirk. Now the judge that he's speaking to is like just kind of taken aback. The judge that just really did process what happened is just like, oh shit. When I played this video, I told her this has now replaced. I don't know what my worst fear was prior to watching this clip. This is now my new worst fear.
I would honestly rather get like diarrhea mid, appeal thing and like shit right down my pants. Yeah,
that's a medical condition. I can explain that. I can explain a medical condition.
It would just
I can explain vomiting. I can explain anything.
I would, I'd come back and I'd be like, Your Honor, I don't know what happened. They'd say, Mr. Runkle, move on. Like we're good. They'd be like, do you need an adjournment? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. Thank you. That would not be an issue. This is a whole thing.
I swear to you, I would in that moment, I would make up whatever damn story I could. I would quite literally say we were arguing about like my 5-year-old and we got into a really heated argument of whether like, Judge, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I brought this into this situation, but I can't undo it.
I would just be like, Your Honor, I need 5 minutes. And then you just walk out in the hallway. You get on the phone to like United and you just are like, I need the first flight from here to literally anywhere else on the planet.
to wherever I can go. Because
as far away as I can.
The worst is there are settings where I can see someone's brain like just having a glitch moment where they're having an argument. It's like I call Leo Mischief 1, like Mini Mischief 1 or 2. Like I yell out the name and it's like, you're not the damn.
You're not the one who just crapped on the floor.
In this, well, it might be. I don't know. Just kidding. In this setting, there's not a whole lot worse. Hang on.
3 separate. Let's go with what happened in the case.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That
the look over.
I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I've just been totally thrown by
I can
mistake.
imagine. I can imagine. I'm a little thrown by that also, if I'm being honest.
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just
okay. Well, go ahead. You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
Can I just say that in that moment,
find a sword and jump on it? Like, can I use my?
That's going to be the longest 1 minute and 7 seconds of his life.
Good, Judge. That's just enough time for me to sprint out of this courtroom and get into my car and find a place that's not here.
Oh man. It's like, hello, Canada. I understand you have medical assistance dying. I need that now. I have a case of terminal cringe.
And the thing is, lawyers are assholes. So you know that every person in this guy's office is never going to let this man live this down ever, 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 ever.
Oh, you know that 100%. This guy, like, literally everybody is talking about it.
It just hurts the soul to watch it happen. And then that's why this replaces that's why this is now like my worst fear in the entire world, because all it takes is being in the middle of some argument and then all of a sudden you glitch to something that you just did like last night or something else.
He glitched to like an argument with his wife, and also I love this.
A jar of honey on his desk. I don't even know. It's this crazy cat queen. It's this. It's the exact same thing, but the level of cringe is just multiplied by 1,000,000, because you know what else? It's not just on video. This is on a transcript and an actual appellate argument. This is now transcribed for the world of appeals to see indefinitely forever.
I watched
says, I once said I love you to a random person on the phone as I was hanging up. Yeah, that happens.
I mean, I saw a student call a judge mom once, and that wasn't as bad because the judge was just like, "Not your mom," and he's like, "I'm sorry." The judge is just like, "It's all good, keep going." But yeah,
here's the other part. How good was the judge arguing with him that he immediately went to the whole "I'm arguing with my wife" thought process? Like the judge was beating him up real bad, like just ripping into him. He goes, "No, honey, let me explain this." Oh no, oh God. Like I said,
yeah.
New worst fear unlocked. Just
oh, I mean, you couldn't. At this point, if like a bunch of murderous clowns came into the courtroom, he'd be like, "Oh, thank God, something to distract from my shame." He'd be like, "Thank God, the murder clowns are here." You know?
Oh no. It's just he just pops up and is like, "Please, any other judge ask me a fucking question right now. Anyone else can bailiff, do you have handcuffs? There's a gun on your hip. Can you just shoot me with it, please?" If I charge this bench hard, will you shoot me? Like, just you promised. Oh, I couldn't breathe. Okay. It's horrible.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to talk down to her. I think he was just having a mental slip to like arguing with his wife or the like.
And it was this sincerity, not even a demeaning like honey. It wasn't a demeaning honey. It was the sincerity with which he said it. It was very clear where his brain was in that moment. Like, you were arguing with your wife, sir. And it's like, this is uncomfortable for everybody in the room. Oh no. Okay. All right. But all of that, by the way, started with this one question. Every rabbit hole we just jumped down. I pulled this question up like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, all of that. I told you guys, ADHD was firing like crazy. Laura Leanne Eclipse's Vixen is sending the arrest video. I got that as well. J. Michael RN, thanks for the community. 17 days until MSN. Congratulations. So close. Almost there. Light Queen, happy Friday. Nearly 2 years of FNF. Yay. 21 months in. Thank you, Light Queen. Light Queen gifting 10 memberships. Very much appreciated. June Sidloskus. Hi, Ian and Rob. Where's the tie that's normally on the doorknob? It's probably just somewhere else.
It's in a suitcase. If you saw me, pop in briefly the last time I had the tie, it's in the suitcase. And Mrs. Runkle would like me to unpack that suitcase, but I haven't gotten to it yet. So
it'll probably take a little while.
I probably should have that done by Monday if I want to continue being alive.
Light Queen, the middle judge was awesome. Her smirk was everything. It's so uncomfortable. She's the only one that was able to process the humor in the moment. Everyone else was just like, oh.
Oh, she is just but you do notice that the other judge has his hand over his mouth.
Oh my God.
And he just stays stoic, and I'm just like, oh, you knew exactly. Like, I'm thinking he wanted to smirk, but he's just like, I've got it hidden. Let's keep that hidden.
Kudos to the judge too for handling that, because I don't know how you're supposed to handle that. I don't know that there's a right way to handle that. I don't know that
there is a menu of wrong ways to handle that, and I think she picked one of the least wrong ways.
Yeah, she was like, when she honestly she was trying to kind of like, I guess, de-escalate or calm the situation by saying it threw me a little bit too, but that probably had the opposite effect. Like, the lawyer's now probably like, oh good, I was shitting my pants, now I'm definitely shitting my pants.
Yeah, I just I don't see that there's any sort of way this works out well for him.
So SLP. Well, this all reminds me of when Ho said that was linear. Yeah, there's a clip out there. I forget where it is, but clip out there where it was you, me, Emily, and Hogue all on the same screen. And we finished an entire discussion. God, Someone's got to find this clip. If someone can find and send this clip to me before we end the Lally conversation, I will play it because it's funny. It's like that was linear, and then the three ADHD people on the screen are like, I followed that. I followed every word. Richard was like, how? Yeah. So let's see. Let's do this. I want to swoop, and then we'll get to something else, which is a lawyer that's glitching, but I don't know if it's intentional or just I don't get it. So, a video that has been making and circulating the internet all week long relates to Adam Lally, the prosecutor in the first trial of Karen Reed, except not serving or acting as advocate in the moment, but acting as witness. Because Adam Lally was forced to take the witness stand in a case involving the Norfolk DA's office prosecuting a defendant. And
I'm sure he would have rather been forced to eat a cup of the finest glass.
Yeah. I don't know I was going to try and compare it to the lawyer that said honey to the judge, but no, it's that will still forever take the cake. This has got to be pretty close there, though, as far as places you don't want to be. And it's answering questions by a defense attorney that are very uncomfortable to answer. Because it involves discovery violations that are almost indescribable, like just impossible to really process this. Now, I'm only going to play a couple of clips because it's a very lengthy hearing. The hearing takes about an hour. But suffice it to say, Adam Lally was the lead prosecutor on the case as the case commenced. It went through grand jury indictment. He was the prosecutor that presented the case to the grand jury for the indictment. So he was aware of all of the evidence that they had when they presented it to the grand jury to receive the indictment in these charges. Within the grand jury testimony that he offered were copies of search warrants. This was a case back in 2021. November 2021 was when the grand jury returned an indictment. And do any of y'all want to guess when those search warrants finally got turned over?
I already know the answer.
Now, like last month. Actually, we don't even have them on some of them, right? Aren't they still outstanding from Proctor?
I mean, Proctor is.
They still haven't. Yeah, he discovered that they were missing last month. They still have not been turned over. So it's been a minute. So only a couple of the search warrants have actually been turned over. So everything that we said about the Karen Reed trial, and when we first started covering the Karen Reed trial, of going, there's no way that a district attorney's office is this, right? There's no way that they could be either A, this corrupt, or B, this incompetent.
But wait.
There's more. When I tell you that I have watched this hearing in some 3 or 4 times, I'm not kidding you. I've watched the hearing from start to finish at least 2 to 3 times, with parts of it additionally 3 to 4 to 5 times, because I can't believe what I'm hearing every single time. Okay. All right. So beginning towards the end, because that's where it kind of gets pretty interesting.
6 search warrants that I was never able to get from Cooper Proctor.
Again, if I had known or remembered that the 6 search warrants were still outstanding, then I would have got them and provided them. So no, I did not reference that specifically.
But then at some point, ADA Hickman has to come back to you and say, did you not turn over these 6 search warrants? Say that to you?
No.
She never did.
Nope.
Did you ever have a conversation with ADA Hickman about the outstanding 6 search warrants?
Not until recently, no.
Okay, and what transpired?
Objection. Sustained.
Well, so When you told the court,
Side note, I'm going to take a pause here and say that this video today is coming courtesy of the trial channel. I know that we've seen them in chats sometimes. They've been in chat. They pop in here. Really cool channel. Really just, they focus on making sure that coverage of courtrooms and inside courtrooms is out there for the public to see. I love that. Entirely love that. So thank you. Thank you to them. Please go check them out. Give them a follow. And if you see anything on their channel that you want Ian to talk about, me to talk about, please send it. Like a lot of the stuff that we end up covering, they start as initial ideas from you guys. You're like, hey, check this out. And we're like, that sounds kind of cool. Let me take a look. And it's like, oh my God, I have to talk about this. So please, the trial channel, please check them out.
that discovery was almost complete. Did you know when you made that representation that the 6 search warrants were still outstanding?
Objection. I don't know what time frame we're talking about. I also, as I've stated in my opposition, I've reviewed the FDRs on this from December and February and the other dates in 2025. That statement was never made. So, and then December. That's why I want a date. And October as well, when Your Honor set this for trial. So thank you.
So, when's the last time you remember answering on this case?
I believe it was December of 2024.
Could it have been January of 2024?
January 2024?
Oh, so let me back that up. In January of 2024, were you still representing the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember there being a hearing regarding discovery?
Not specifically, but I'm sure there were.
And do you remember, excuse me, do you remember the court asking about discovery and how the discovery was proceeding?
I'm sure it happened. I don't recall that specific date or what was asked.
Okay. And do you remember telling the court in January of 2024 that you were hopeful that by March of 2024, we could proceed forward because discovery would be complete? Remember that?
I don't.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes. It's from when? That wasn't even
January of 2024.
When I couldn't get. I know. Show you the request. Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to give you the transcript of the appearance before this court on January 24, 2024, and ask you to look on page 5.
And I just recognize, isn't this the DA? Isn't this the person who's running against Michael Morrissey for DA? Is this one of them?
Oh God, I hope so.
Let me see.
That
I know that this defense attorney was one that was speaking very publicly against the DA's case, or against the DA in general. To run to unseat. Who are they? Let me see. Please tell me it's one of them. I would love that. That would make me so damn happy.
mm-hmm.
No, McClellan is one. No, Perkins. You know what? What's her name? Scaramucci? I forget her name. Someone's got to throw her name in the hat. Very, very, just force her to run.
And tell me, read that at the bottom of page 5 to yourself and the top of page 6.
Scapiccio, yeah.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory as to whether or not in January of 2024, you told this court that substantially discovery was complete? There might be 1 or 2 items that are outstanding, but can we get them to us?
I didn't read that portion. I was reading the highlighted portion. If I could have a moment.
Sure.
The fact that the question is even asked and he's being referred to a damn transcript of what he had previously represented to a court is already wild to me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you're referring to in that.
Well, do you remember
transcript.
telling the court, Your Honor, I think as far as discovery goes, we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that to the court?
I may have.
Look at lines 16, 17, and 18 on the document that's in front of you, Ms. Lally.
And what page, Ms. Attorney?
Page 4, lines 16, 17, and 18. The court asks, where are we, Ms. ADA Lally? And you say, Your Honor, I think as far as discovery goes, we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that?
Again, I'm sorry. In the transcript that you handed me, I don't see that.
Let me see. It's a different one.
Waiting for him to get, there's one point that I really wanted to hear him get into. Oh. 65, no, he's around 70.
Do you remember, hold on, let me get this right. Do you remember telling the court, I was wrong, you were right. Do you remember telling the court there may be a couple of outstanding pieces, talking about discovery, that I'll check on, and some other pieces that I was speaking to Ms. Coster about, but I think hopefully that by March 11th date, we should be able to proceed forward. Remember saying that to the court?
Do I remember saying that to the court? No. Does
reading that refresh your memory that you said it to the court?
I didn't read that portion. On what page are we on?
Yes.
You can read from here.
Yeah, so now we know where Jen McCabe got her line of defense from. I didn't remember saying that. No, it doesn't refresh my memory, but I can read that it was said.
So the 2022 search warrants that we talked about in court back on January 24th of 2024. At that point, Mr. King was indicted. Is that right?
Yes.
Was Ms. Gardner indicted?
Yes.
All right. So what process did you go through to issue the 2022 search warrants after indictment?
Through this court.
I'm sorry?
Through this court.
So you went to Superior Court and asked for these search warrants. Is that right?
He's also about to give you, this is something that's he's going to go into a little loophole that it's very clear prosecutors use in this jurisdiction on how to get information without notifying the defendant you're going for it. And not enough people really focused on it and how really disgusted you should be at how this procedure is clearly set up to put everyone on notice, because it's post-indictment. So you're supposed to know every single thing that's being done in further investigation, because your client is a defendant at that point in time. They have the right to be confronted with. This is now fair trial issues.
Myself personally, no.
Well, did you notify defense counsel that you were asking for search warrants in a case where a client had already been indicted?
No.
Do you know whether or not there's an obligation on behalf of the district attorney's office to notify defense counsel post-indictment if you're moving to request additional search warrants?
They weren't search warrants that were pertaining to the defendant. They were.
Do you know whether or not there is an obligation on behalf of the district attorney's office, you specifically, to notify defense counsel if you're seeking search warrants after indictment?
Objection. If this is a legal, yeah. Sustained. Thank you.
So in any event, we're talking about search warrants in January of 20.
So you aim the search warrant at someone that's not the defendant, so you don't have to put them on notice for information that you're seeking that might have ancillary contact to the defendant. For example, I wasn't going after the defendant's phone. I was going after the phone that communicated with the defendant on that day.
You know, no relation to the defendant. Just
It's but then you completely misstate within the affidavit the underlying purpose that you're going for. pretty fucked up. It really is, but it's pretty messed up.
2024. You don't say anything about the search warrants that are still outstanding, those 6. And you tell the court there's only a few things that are outstanding then. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we come back. You said
no. Elf Wiggins, I was basically highlighting that it's kind of a messed up loophole that can be used. Like, oh, we're not going to put them on notice of this. It's taking advantage of a situation that's there. And sometimes
I'm upset that lawyers do lawyer things. Lawyers are the worst.
I think the problem is if the public knew that this was what gets done, I don't know. Not enough people have eyes on how these things work or how certain things work that it frustrates. It frustrates me when they come up and it's like, oh my God, they see it for the first time. You're like, this is how it works all the time. You guys just were naive in a little bubble, like hiding behind it, being like, oh, this is completely fine. They would never do that. Why would they ever do that? Why would anyone ever do these things? It happens all the time. I get it. It's how close, if they're not searching the defendant's stuff, then no, the defendant shouldn't get noticed. There are ways of playing with that where you get really close, really, really close. And people play games with notice. So you can get it from other people, but how far do you go and how far do you allow it to go? Is that what you intended it to be? Did you intend it to be that way? Is that how we intended the system to work? Do we know that that's how the system works? Do enough people know how the system works? But that's less relevant. What's more relevant is search warrants were executed. The returns on the search warrants were properly, they had the returns of the search warrants. They had the evidence that was brought in. They offered the search warrants and the evidence that was gathered pursuant to those search warrants at the grand jury trial, which means that Adam Lally had his hands on this information because he presented it to the grand jury. And 4 years later, it's not been turned over. It's that part. Like, we can have little debates on what is fair, not fair from the perspective of a prosecutor and defense counsel, but this isn't even a debatable concept. You had it because in the grand jury transcripts, I can see the part where you actually refer to it and you offer it, and it's an exhibit in the grand jury transcripts. Like, it's there. I can see it with my eyes, which means that in November of 2021, you physically had possession of it or something like it. Or your chief investigator had it with them in their possession when you got the grand jury indictment. So it was there. You know it exists. You're on notice that it exists. November of 2021. You know what it should have been turned over after the indictment came forward? In your first batch of discovery. Like, just part 1. What was the search warrant that you used to obtain the evidence that you offered to indict my client? Oh, here it is in discovery tranche number 1.
Yeah, we suggest March and we come back in March. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then in March, do you tell the court, Your Honor, as far as discovery goes, we're in fairly good position. In regard to that, I believe that was turned over just prior at the last date. So there may be a couple of other additional items of discovery that I need to get and turn over. But otherwise, I think we're in a fairly good position. Did you say that to the court, sir?
I don't remember.
Finish, Your Honor.
Yes. These transcripts in the FTR, what's on the FTR, what was said by whom, when, is all a matter of public record, and we can look at the FTR and get it. So specific quotes and what was said, what was represented, that's part of the record, and we can see.
Judge, I know it's part of the record, but you have to let me beat him over the head with it so that he starts answering my fucking questions. Like, that's like, that part kind of bothered me a little bit. Counsel, it's a part of the record. I don't think you're getting the point, Judge. He's pretending like he doesn't remember shit. So I have to beat him over the head with these transcripts to force him into compliance like a puppy dog, to actually train him to answer my damn questions honestly. I think that's the big issue there. Like, you have to let me ask questions, because part of it is training the witness to answer the questions I'm asking them.
just have to set it up so I can ask the question that I want to ask, Judge.
Great.
Thank you. So after having made that representation to the court, did you do anything to get the 6 search warrants?
No.
What were the outstanding matters as far as you understood back in March of 2024?
I don't recall exactly what we were talking about on a court date in March of 2024.
Do you have any notes that would refresh your memory as to what was outstanding at that point?
I might,
And would they be in your file?
if they were.
You know, I don't think anyone really processed that question. I would have jumped
like,
at his throat on that. I might. What the fuck do you mean by you might? Do you have any notes that would reflect what discovery remained outstanding? I might. Sir, that's like discovery obligation 101. What have you turned over? What have you not turned over? Do you have any notes on what you haven't turned over yet? I might. You should have a note in the file when you called someone and they didn't answer the phone and you left a voicemail. I might. Oh, I might.
Or anywhere that's where they would be, yes.
Okay. Now, other than the discovery motion that we filed, did we also file a pretrial conference report in this case?
That I don't recall.
Okay. But you understand normally we file a pretrial conference report where you agree to give me what I'm asking for and we agree to file motions on stuff we can't agree on. Is that typically how it goes?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember signing a pretrial conference report? Not that you didn't, you just don't recall.
I don't recall every pretrial conference report I've signed.
Okay. And then we talked about the meeting with the state police. Did you have any meetings with the Milton police regarding outstanding discovery?
In-person meetings? No.
Did you send the Milton police the same type of discovery request that you would have sent to the state police?
Yes.
And did you follow up with the Milton police the same way that you say you followed up with the state police?
Yes.
And did you follow up specifically with?
Ian is holding the vessel that holds Lolly's notes. Is it a red Solo cup? It is a red Solo cup. This is Canton police evidence. Ian, you have to grab the other Solo cup. The other Solo cup is the investigative file. You forgot. That's the one that says evidence. The other one is the investigative file. And then there's the little broken Solo cup that says Lolly's notes.
That one leaks.
And they can all be found conveniently in a quick stop or a ShopRite bag that's folded over and, you know, totally the same as an evidence bag. I just thought during the presentation of the Karen Reed trial, I just thought it was the Canton police or the Massachusetts state troopers that botched the investigation. I was going, well, it was clearly they're idiots in the investigatory process. Nope. The DA's office just stepped up and were like, hey, hold my fucking beer.
With Lieutenant Collins?
Yes.
And so what in your mind was outstanding on the Milton discovery that you were communicating with Lieutenant Collins regarding?
At what time?
Let's start at the beginning.
Again, it's the same type of information that you asked about before, as far as reports or photographs or any material that they might have pertinent to the case.
So whatever the Milton police turned over to you, would you have kept notes of that somewhere?
Yes.
Would there have been emails back and forth between you and Milton about what transpired?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any trouble getting information from the Milton Police Department?
No.
When you asked for things, did they return your email and give you what you were looking for?
Yes.
Were there any reports from the Milton Police Department that you say you didn't have before you turned the case over to ADA Hickman?
There was one report, yes.
And what was that report regarding?
Mr. Turner.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Turner.
And what about Mr. Turner?
There was a report in the materials that ADA Hickman turned over in 2025 that was, I believe, offered by Detective Sergeant Clifford Murphy pertaining to Mr. Turner that I had never seen before.
Okay, and do you know why that wasn't turned over by the Milton Police Department?
No.
Did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their file
No.
at any point in time?
This part is one that's so surprising that the judge actually has to chime in. Did you, the lead prosecutor in a murder trial, ever go and walk up to your investigator and say, hey, give me your file? You know, because maybe you want to see everything that's in it and not just what's selectively handed to you by the investigator. But, you know, why would you do your due diligence? It's not like you have the ethical obligation or anything.
When you were representing the Commonwealth, in this case, did you go down to the Milton Police Department and look through their file?
No.
Is that something that you would normally do in a homicide case? Go to the police officer's office and ask for the file?
At what point in the case?
At any.
At what point in the case? She's like, ever.
I hope that with the reactions that you get from the various lawyers that are covering this, that people have now come to embrace how batshit crazy that statement is. This is a murder trial. Murder. You're saying it gets worse. It actually gets worse.
Typically, that would be something that I would endeavor to do closer to trial.
Let's unpack that. Typically, that would be something that I would endeavor to do. Endeavor to do means I would try to do. It doesn't mean that it was his policy. It doesn't mean he always did it. He said, nah, as we got closer to trial, you know, I'd give it a shot to go over there and take a look at the the file. Maybe. If, you know, the weather wasn't too bad, or if I couldn't have my 19th cigarette of the day.
Closer to trial?
Yes.
So how could you make sure your obligation was satisfied if you're not meeting with the police until right before trial?
An ongoing duty and obligation that extends.
This is a fucking lie. This is a lie. This is an absolute and blatant lie. I hate this stupid argument. And it still gets made by lawyers all the time. Let me tell you what someone's discovery obligation is. Your obligation is turn over everything that is in your possession, custody, and control as of the day that you can. Like, so immediately. Yes, you have a duty to, an ongoing duty to supplement.
But it doesn't mean that you just turn it over whenever.
Correct. To supplement means that you are giving something additional that you did not have at the time that you made your last production. You are supplementing, adding to what you had originally given. Your obligation to provide discovery exists, and you have an obligation to turn over everything that you have. Everything. I have this fight in cases all the time. All the time. Someone says, well, I supplemented it. I say, well, when did you have it? Did you, because it's a bank statement. It looks like you had it about 6 months ago. And you're just giving it to me now on like the day before the close of discovery. That's not consistent with your obligations. When did you get it? When did you have it in your possession? When did you have it in Lally's case? When did he have it in his constructive possession? Which, because these other state agents are there, they're all state agents. So he has it in his constructive possession back when the cops have it, which is why the first thing you do when you get assigned a murder case, I don't know, maybe after you or like before you present it to the grand jury, is you go over to the investigating officer and you say, hey, give me your file. And you fill in the gaps in the file. For example, hey, you have a witness statement here. It looks like it's kind of missing some details. Why don't you go out and contact the witness and see if you can't supplement that? Or, hey, there's an image of the knife, but where is the physical knife? Like, you look at the file before you present it to the grand jury, because once you present the grand jury and you get an indictment, then you got a real clock punching against you. This is
well, I mean, there's a strong desire for some punching in this case, but
yeah, this would be laughable. Where is it? Not for prosecutor, but civil attorneys wait until the day. But Elf Wiggins, what Lally is saying is akin to that. What he is saying is akin to, I have a continuing duty to supplement an ongoing
Because it's a
obligation for
continuing
discovery.
duty. I don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, that's not what that means. Your duty exists. I mean, you give over what you have immediately. It's not a question.
And
Yeah,
Stephen,
and yeah, civil attorneys do it all the time. They shouldn't, and I make more of a fight about it than a lot of other lawyers do.
and beyond a trial.
Right, that's not my point. My point is, if you're not meeting with them and you're not going through their information, how do you know you've turned everything over to the defense?
Because I requested it and I've been given assurances or
So I have to take your trust me, bro, from the cop that talked to you. So the criminal defendant, who's the only one who has the right to the fair trial, who's the one who has all the rights, they have to take the assurance that you were provided by the cop, that totally they gave you everything. Is the cop the one that has the duty? Are they the one that has the obligation? Hell, are they the ones that are charged, legally trained to discern what is discoverable or not discoverable?
information indicating that that is what they have.
Let me ask you the same question about the state police. Did you ever go through the state police file while you were handling the case, as opposed to making requests and even sitting down with the state police to make, face-to-face requests on an ongoing basis and all the follow-up contacts that you had? Did you ever actually request their whole file to go through it yourself?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of duty in this, in the Commonwealth.
The judge asked the question. He just says no. Imagine, did you ever request the file from the state police in a murder trial that you were handling to take a look at it, to double check what was in there? No. I wish I could have seen the judge's face. I really do. In that particular moment.
And can you tell us, was there a policy within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office of sitting down with police departments, whether it's state police or Milton Police, and reviewing their file prior to trial?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
I like that there's a point in this.
How far in
where
advance of trial do you finally sit down?
Oh no,
the
we're here.
defense lawyer sort of transitions from like, I'm asking pointed questions to get the admissions I want, to like, literally what the fuck? Like there's a point where
she's here. Like she's there right now. She's literally going, how far can I push this?
You can hear that she's like, I am well over where I thought I would be in cross-examination here. And now I'm just into like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Yeah. She finished the questions that she had planned to ask a while ago. And now she's just exploring how stupid the thing goes. Like how dumb, how far does this go? Because I'm going to keep asking questions. Was there a policy for this? And I'm going to keep on asking those questions because I'm pretty sure that there wasn't a policy for anything.
And go through, let's take the Milton Police box.
It would depend case to case, but it's something that I would probably do at least a few months ahead of trial.
A few months. And is that the first time that you put your hands on the actual box, or are you still dependent upon the Lieutenant Collins and other officers to give you what you're looking for?
Oh, that would be a time where I'm actually like, let me see the file and ensure that I have everything that you have.
Okay. And is there any prohibition to that meeting that you have a couple of months prior to trial happening right after indictment?
No, and that would be my practice now. So you're asking.
Why would you admit that? Like, why would you admit that part? No, but that would be my practice now. Like now, after I got called out on this bullshit, now I do it.
It turns out that I suck at my job, and now that I know that, I am going to try to suck less at my job. Yeah,
This is horrible. It can't be overstated either.
About sort of my general practice at the time. That would have been it at the time, but now I would do that much, much earlier in a case.
Okay. And the state police the same way? Did you sit down with them at some point and look through their file, or you never looked through their file?
No, as His Honor just asked, no, I didn't.
Okay. So I guess my question is, how did it work? Did they only look through their file and send you what you're asking for? Or at any point did they send you, here's everything that we have?
This is the part where someone in the chat made a comment that I really wish would have been asked. I wouldn't have had the balls to ask this question though. Explain it to me like I'm 5. How did you get the documents from the officer that had them and then turn them over to the other side and then keep track of everything? Like, just can you spell it out in crayon? Because it seems like there wasn't anything, or was it written in crayon? Because if it was written in crayon, I didn't want to see it now.
I haven't asked quite like that, but I have said something like, officer, assume I'm stupid. I've never done this before. Can you explain the procedure, from the beginning? And, something along the lines of explain it to me like I'm an idiot. And, yeah.
I mean, she goes right about there. She's like, hey, so tell me how this does work. Because we've learned there's no policy. So why don't you tell me how do you actually do it?
My request and my ask was for everything they had. So.
Oh, and what's funny is this lawyer's been going for a while, and you would expect there to be a point where the lawyer starts getting duplicative or going over the same material or no, we just keep on covering new ground. And this is a 20-year prosecutor. This is insane to me. This is a prosecutor who's been there for 20 years.
And so as far as me then double checking to ensure that I have everything they have, that would be something that would occur later on. And as I just indicated, my practice now would be to do that much earlier in the case.
Okay. So when you go in this case, you knew we had picked a September 8th trial date, right?
I was aware, yes.
Okay. So you knew the case was ready for trial on September 8th. When were you planning on sitting down with the Milton police and going through their file?
As the case was reassigned to ADA Hickman around the time that we selected the trial date, I don't know that I had a specific plan to do that. I did have a specific plan to meet with ADA Hickman to go through the file to ensure that she had everything that was there.
So by the time she had taken over in January of 2025, you had not made any plans to sit down with the Milton police to go through their file, is that right?
She had taken over prior to that, but no, I hadn't.
Okay, and the same with the state police, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you're updating ADA Hickman, when she takes over the case, do you tell her, I've never actually seen the files, it's on my list of things to do, but I never get down there, you should get out and take a look at the files?
Not that specific, but yes.
What did you tell her?
That, during the regular trial preparation or meeting with the officers as it gets closer to trial, I would do that, but I hadn't done that yet.
Okay. So I still kind of understand. Is there like when the police give you something, do they just email it to you, or is there like a list to say, we gave ADA Lally these documents on this date?
As far as their list?
Yes.
I have no idea what they have.
Okay.
How?
So you don't know what you did today?
That is not credible. You've been doing this for 20 years. That's not credible. There's no way you don't know exactly how the police turn this over.
They have an index of all the things they say they gave to you.
I don't.
Okay. And do you, on the opposite side, have an index of the things you got from them?
It would be contained within those requests, yes.
All right, so at some point, do you print out all your requests and say, okay, let me just make sure I have everything here. I've been requesting something since, December of 2021. I want to make sure I have everything. Do you sit down and do that at some point to make sure everything you requested you've received?
My general practice would be yes, and that would be as I know we're getting closer to a trial date.
Attorney Scapiccio, it's a little after 11, and we're going to be able to go until about 11:10, and then I have to break because we're going to have to do the motions to suppress on the two other.
Yeah. So
he's like,
we will
stop,
be
stop.
returning.
He's already dead.
Yeah. No, not even that. This is also, if I'm Scapiccio, this is my greatest dream. I have gotten from you. Oh, so this is the Trial Channel's channel. So guys, go check it out. It came courtesy of them. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for letting me use that. Please go check them out. I just wanted to give some commentary on this trial because, my God.
I mean, she's got all the time to sit and think about all of this and plan for later.
This is a dream because some people in the chat was going, "This is amazing. She's doing it without notes." Yeah, because there's no way. There is no way that she got up there and started asking questions and thought that she was going to get this far. Like, there's no way that she's going, there's no way this can be that bad, right? There has to be some explanation for this. There has to have been a spreadsheet that got unaccounted for. There has to have been something that occurred. Someone's phone went missing. This went so much further where it was like, I need more time. Now I need to go back through the file that I have and really focus on the cross-examination, because this is the other part. Lolly's still on the stand. This is a disaster. If he still has a job after this, it tells you everything you need. Well, you already know everything you need about that DA's.
I have this hope that basically that none of the people we've heard of in this case, with the exception of like, the one or two honest officers and like, what do you call it? What's his name? Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that like everyone else turns out to be unemployed by the end of this.
How is this allowed to happen? How many years? How many elections? How many years? How long did it take for an entire office to become this? And I'm going to go ahead. I mean, this is completely and utterly incompetent. Very rarely am I going to go that far when it comes to another lawyer and their obligations. This is incompetence. This is lose your license kind of shit.
Now, did you see that he used to work in a, at the beginning, he notes that he used to work in a warehouse? And I'm like, that is the perfect thing for him.
No, it's
not.
No, it's not, because he can't remember what's there and what's not there. And he doesn't have a system of tracking what things are there.
His ideal like job is being a shelf. So I figure that's, yeah. Oh,
this is a good burn, Kristen. I will take this. Did Proctor get a warrant for my seam ripper? Is that why it's missing for 2 years? No. Proctor did not have a warrant for that seam ripper. That's missing for 2 years because I am incompetent at managing obligations that don't exist in a courtroom. And that seam ripper is one of the things that I owe you for quite some time, more than a seam ripper, and other people as well. Yeah. These are people's lives, and this is really fucked up. That's how this ends up being. Ohio Palm Bomb, thank you. That was an epic stream. Thank you. Oh, this is okay. People asked for that, so I'll play that in a second. The linear process, because someone said that to me. Where was it? Okay, let's see. Instructions unclear. Added more kimchi. Would it make it better or worse if the honey lawyer just went ahead and shit his pants right there in the court? Maybe that story would be bigger. Nope. I think the shitting the pants might actually be better for him.
I mean, that would help him if his strategy was to like fake a seizure at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Baby Steps 22. I do miss the Rob, Ian, and EDB humor streams. I wish y'all had more time to make it happen. I do too. I very much do as well. Music to my soul. Pro tip: if you never unpack, then you'll ahead the next time you prepare to travel. unless you're not doing laundry. That becomes a really big problem. The suitcase contents will be there if needed. Yeah, but they might smell really bad. Baby Steps 22 Wood Daddy Stacks was the best. It was a fun stream. Lindsay, currently scanning through EDB stream to find that was linear and just got the education and what a stack is. Oh my. It was that live stream, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Harbinger of imminent death. Boston had to dismiss over 100 criminal cases because almost all bar associates wouldn't take cases. Work stoppage over a pay dispute next door to Norfolk. God. That is insane to me. That's why you fund the judiciary, folks. This is, I know people don't view it as being a big ticket item. How to do it. And House Bath can be every job I ever had. If it's not in the notes, it didn't happen. Yep, pretty much. Half the Maya Kowalski case was litigated over notes in medical files. Mama bets they need a pile of round to it. Getting round to it. DSN, thanks for the membership. Member for 26 months. And DSN, thank you for gifting memberships to so many others. Because Cat Queen, if the defense is tired of waiting for stuff, or if they don't trust Lally, can they go to the LEOs and demand the file? They have one avenue, and it's the district attorney's office. You cannot. The police, the law enforcement are represented parties, so to speak. You have to go through their counsel, which is the DA. You have to go through that office. That's how you make the requests. You can't go around them and go straight to the officer. You actually get in trouble if you do. Jeremy Morton, I lost my mother last week. I'm very sorry for that. I'm looking for a lawyer for the probate process in the home state. Was amused that family law and probate estate planning seem to always go together. Not always. If there's somebody, I could probably help you find someone in Virginia, Maryland, DC, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Oklahoma, and Florida if you need contacts there. Send me an email. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. Catherine Frazier, thank you for the fun and the nonsense. Thank you for being here. Michigan Farm Boy, as a tax preparer, I'm held to reporting income that I know of or have any reason to know about. Do the prosecutors have the same duty? Lally knew from the grand jury, even if you forgot. Yes, they have an obligation. They have an obligation to do due diligence before they make a representation to the court. Every representation you make to the court, every statement you make to the court has to be well-founded in fact and supported by your efforts to ensure that the information you're providing is true. That part you kind of forgot about. Kelly, Chloe bit, so we quit. Nothing from this Brady bunch, pun intended, should shock us anymore. But I certainly didn't have Lizzie Cash's attorney shredding Lally in court on my bingo card. That was just... Lally set himself up for that. There's no way. It's too easy. It's way too easy for that. Elizabeth Chetwood, Lally isn't just incompetent, he's lazy AF too. Pretty bad. People don't understand how terrible that is. I hope people do. But lawyers I think every lawyer that watched that is just astounded. Mama Bets, thank you for gifting memberships. This one I tagged Laura J. How much do you want to bet Lally will come next time just as unprepared as he was at this hearing? At that point in time, if you appear at the next hearing that unprepared, I think that at that point you do get referred for a review on your license. Like that you can't do that. Carolyn Knight, Lally is crazy if he thinks he's got a job. At least I don't know they're getting rid of him. Sadly, 8 Scorpio, no offense to anyone here unless you're ally. But if there are no consequences for violating a professional code of ethics, do you even have one?
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong, but there are certain things where you have a debate on whether it was a violation, whether the person was acting knowingly, whether it wasn't a mistake, whether it was something that was unintentional, whether they undertook efforts to remedy the error. Defense lawyers get raked over the coals all the time. It's being unethical, shady, or they're hiding stuff. While too much of this type of bullshit doesn't get covered when it comes to prosecutors. Now in Fairfax County, a couple years back, Judge Mann, when he was a circuit court judge, threw out an entire criminal charge because an officer had withheld a third-party witness statement, and the lawyer had played games with it. Throughout the whole charge, the most egregious of consequences. And he wrote a full opinion about it, and it was one of those where I was like, thank God. And that year and the year after that, you saw judges all over the Commonwealth. You saw several cases where prosecutors were getting reprimanded for conduct similar to that, of Brady violations and similar. It's very difficult, but because they usually have a lot of deference. Instructions unclear, added more. Pick your team's handicap, Lally or honey lawyer. Ooh.
I'll take honey lawyer.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Because, I mean, honey lawyer just made a mistake. Lally is a mistake. And like honey lawyer can apologize and do better in future. Lally needs like a time machine and a condom for his parents.
How do you ever stand up in another case as a prosecutor again? And then the judge asks you and says, what's the status on discovery? As a defense lawyer, do I just say, Judge, did you really just ask ADA Lally that question? Would you like the real answer? Or are you going to let him get his assurances from the police? Shay B, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. Extremely kind of you. Thank you very much. Jim P, I don't always get real political, but look at what party runs Massachusetts all levels. I don't view that when it comes to local DAs, especially Mike. I honestly don't know what politics are in that county. I just know that office is plain and simple incompetent. Shay B, member for 34 months. Thank you for being here almost 3 years and with a very, very, very kind super chat. This is the 4th time I've watched this testimony. It keeps getting worse. Hi, Ian and Rob. That was how I felt. Thank you, Shay B. Thank you for being here watching it for the 4th time. And it does just keep getting worse and worse and worse. Harbinger of imminent death. When you have young children, is it difficult to keep a straight face when talking about your duty to the court? When I'm an adult, and it's difficult for me to talk about that sometimes. Michigan Farm Boy, is this because judges won't hold the prosecutor's feet or wallet to the fire when defense complains?
Correct.
A lot of the yelling always seems to take place in one direction versus the other. In a lot of cases. A lot of cases. Marmar, DA's office should be put in solo cups and rehomed. We should just make sure they don't have a job anymore. That's it.
Rejobbed. Or just dejobbed.
This was Crazy Cat Queen. I answered this. If defense is tired of waiting for stuff, can they go to the LEOs and demand? No, they can't. Baby Steps 22 was the Wood Daddy Stacks was the best. Luna Dewdrops, Robin, Ian, my favorite LawTube duo, Wood Daddy Stacks. That's from the live stream. Cheers to you. Thank you very much, Luna Dewdrops. 9 Snails Gal, I see him and raise him a customer I had who didn't hang up. Damn. She has the same name as that hot. Oh, God. This is. Ouch. This is in relation to the honey lawyer. So you had a customer who called but didn't hang up and said when they thought they had hung up, damn, she has the same name as that hot actress. I wonder if she's just as bangable. If you ever have to face that customer again, that's a problem.
Sir, I would just like to inform you, you have the same odds with both.
Pretty good. Like Queen Ian, how are the dice and pens? More dice will be done soon. Also have a set for Rob, just haven't sent yet. Like Queen, that's very kind of you.
I have yet to be able to play with the dice, but soon.
Oh, hang on. Shay B is interrupting Rob's stream with a super chat. Interrupting Rob's stream to talk to Ian. Please email me the address for the clowns. Thank you. What?
I will send the email address. Do you not know about the clown thing?
I don't know. Oh, is this have to do with the outhouse?
Yes.
I don't want to know about. I hate clowns. I hate clowns. I hate clowns.
So my thought is that I want to go and like put some insulation, but also put some interior walls, but also put some art in the outhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to tell Mrs. Runkle before I do it. I just want to put the art up. And so Shaby has some clowns that, yeah.
I hate clowns. I despise clowns. I've always hated clowns. The movie Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I hated that movie. Because they covered the humans in the cotton candy and they drank the blood. I didn't like that movie. It was a bad movie. I hated clowns. I hated Chucky and I hated clowns. Despised Chucky and clowns. So no, I don't like evil clowns. However, I can watch it and it doesn't bother me anymore. I just still hate clowns. I hate the clowns that aren't like, I'm designed and look to be a very scary looking thing. All right. I can gear myself up emotionally to face the clown that's intended to be a scary looking clown. But the clowns that don't, fucking hate clowns. I hate clowns. And I hate Chucky because I hate dolls. And I hate all dolls. I hate dolls. I told you this. Haven't I told you the story where I like walked into my sister's room and she had all the dolls and had the eyes, and like I ended up like picking up a basket of laundry and the weight shifted enough for the doll's eye to like flick open as I was in the room as a small teenager. Nope. Fuck dolls. Nope. Hate dolls. Hate dolls. Hate clowns. Nope. Hard pass. Never. That was ADHD. Speaking of ADHD, this is also ADHD. Someone found the clip.
Hilarious. It's like we were bouncing all over that. I think of that map that Rob made. It is the most accurate depiction of how
but
ADHD
the conversation
works.
feels so linear to me.
This feels linear? Yes. This is linear in the ADHD
This totally
brain
makes sense
because
to me.
you can see how you went from like talking about one thing to
Point,
and now we're here.
Yeah, I know how we got.
Yeah. It's probably the most accurate summary of how ADHD brains work. No. I will sacrifice every doll. Nope. Nope. No sending of dolls.
Rob needs several dolls that are clown themed.
And the worst is the minis know I don't like Chucky. They already know I don't like Chucky, which is a problem. I don't know how it got brought about where they discovered that I don't like this thing, but it's not cool. I don't like it because they now know my weakness, and I am not allowed to have weaknesses, especially ones that are Chucky, the doll. Fuck that. Nope. They haven't started joking about it really, but one of them's gonna joke the wrong way, and I will drop kick a Chucky into a child's face. Just not even a question. just if a Chucky doll presents itself to me, I will drop kick that doll. And I'm sorry, mischief manager, if those children start crying, they deserved it. They deserved it. Maybe they didn't deserve it.
Would
Maybe
you say get wrecked, small cute child?
I might, while drop kicking the Chucky doll into the child's face, not intentionally, just maybe missing a little bit askew. But no, the reaction would be so visceral and so prompt and so quick that I don't know that I'd be able to predict where that doll would go. So this is what it is. It is what it is. Gee, Rob, why don't you tell the whole internet your fear? Wonderful idea. Brilliant. I'm so smart.
You're making the Janet mistake.
Oh, there. Yeah. Look, Laura J. tunes in right away. Right after I make the realization in my head, you broke the number one rule of the internet.
I mean, personally, I hate super chats. So.
Yeah. No, it's. I hate awkward moments. I hate notoriety. I hate dolls. I hate a lot of things. I really do. But the clowns and the dolls, Pretty messed up. Shay
So
B.
Rob's
thank
got
you
an
for the
address.
very generous
If you
super
send
chat.
him clown.
No. Just like Shay B. Thank you for the very generous super chat, but leave it at the super chat. We're gonna leave it right there. I don't need any pictures of any dolls or clowns or anything else. We can leave it right where it is. Thank you. Very kind of you for doing that.
Also, Shay B, if you're sending it by post, the easiest way is there's the address on my about page on my YouTube section. So that's sort of the easiest way to figure the address, but I can email you as well.
Honk Banana No, reminder for Rob, dump below the Bailey sign for the outhouse. Make it so. Yes, I owe that one, and I owe another sign I have to make. Jim P. Ian, you'll be fleeing down here, I guess, Florida, like Viva has. I don't see Ian is a cold climate human. Yeah, Ian's a cold climate human. Plus, Mrs. Runkle might have thoughts too. Mama Wolf
And
getting
just,
tested.
Not so much in the U.S.
Mama Wolf getting tested for ADHD. Thanks to you three. Thank you, Mama Wolf. I always love those. Those are very, very, very kind compliments. And when people achieve a lot with ADHD, realize it's not a hindrance, it's a superpower.
Yep.
I love that. Chris Cat Queen, FTX, please. It's next on the list. Very brief, promise. Baby steps. You sound like my daughter. She hates both dolls and clowns. I showed her a doll after I adopted her when she was 7 months old. She burst into tears. She never had a doll, but loved stuffed animals. Your daughter is intelligent. I'm just going to say it. I have not met her. I have no ability to gauge it. I'm just saying she is right. Objectively speaking, dolls are horrible. Okay. All right. Let's swoop. We'll talk about FTX briefly. It's not the longest story in the world. Okay. So road so far, FTX was a cryptocurrency trading platform, and they actually did a whole lot of stuff. FTX famously filed for bankruptcy the day after their former CEO, now convicted felon, Sam Bankman-Fried, came out and said, no one worry, the sky is not falling. We're totally soluble. We have nothing to worry about. And then FTX files bankruptcy, and it's like, oh, no, there's nothing there. So within the context of the bankruptcy trustee started looking at all of the things that FTX was spending money on and all the assets they had, including various places in the Bahamas, condos, yachts that they rented. It was basically... I was going to say the return on those, the return on, say what they found had to be kind of similar to what they had in the search warrant returns on the Diddy search warrants, except minus about half of the lube and the guns. And that's kind of what they found with the FTX. Lots of houses, lots of properties, lots of assets.
Not much baby oil.
Not a whole lot of baby oil. There was some, but not a whole lot of baby oil. They were not nearly as crazy as the Diddy freak-offs, although a whole lot of weird shit was going on in the Bahamas. Very strange interpersonal dynamics that existed among those at the company. But company goes through liquidation several years ago. Sam Bankman-Fried ends up going to trial in the state of New York, and in that trial testifies in his own defense. Not the smartest thing in the world. Especially after he had gone on every media platform and said, look, you guys just don't understand. I'm smart. You're not. If I could just explain it to you, you would totally get how I did the criming and I shouldn't be guilty for it. Didn't really work out for him that well. He ends up being convicted and the bankruptcy keeps on swimming along. And in the bankruptcy, they end up getting a lot of clawback. They get a whole lot of money back into it. But one of the stories that started or was there at the beginning of the bankruptcy filing was that FTX, quite notably, had invested, I do say invested, in a whole lot of politicians and politics. They donated a lot of money. A bunch of people will remember at some point in time, I think I pulled up SBF Congress photos. Let's see if we can't find one or two of these. Because Sam Bankman-Fried, the head of FTX, he liked to explain to people, and we actually trusted this asshole. Not we. Every time you look at some congressman and you're like, hey, Congress knows what they're doing. I want you to remember this. Congress knows what they're doing to the extent that they brought Sam Bankman-Fried in to try and educate Congress on how to pass legislation that regulates cryptocurrency.
Congress doesn't know shit about shit.
Yeah. This is how smart Congress is. Congress is so smart that they sat here with this kid who was literally embezzling money from all of his customers, who had basically done some of the most illegal shit that could ever be done. Just basically ran just a giant rug pull. And Congress was like, "Dear Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried, you smart, intelligent young man who speaks very eloquently, who has a little bit of an oddity to him, can you please educate me, us, Congress, on how to write legislation that is supposed to regulate you? And please be very honest in how we're supposed to catch crime." Really good idea. Really cool. Wonderful. Loved it. So smart. But who would have thunk, that this kind and gentle and very, who would have thought that this innocent soul would possibly have a motivation other than self-wealth and all the preservation and maybe making sure that Congress didn't pass laws that made it in trouble. Yeah.
Here's the thing that baffles me. He has all this money and he can hire like the best assistants and so forth. And that hair?
Ian, the hair is what makes him quirky and smart and why we're supposed to trust him, because no one we're supposed to trust people that have hair like that. Because he's not
because
just
they're doing their best impression of a mushroom.
Does kind of look like Toad from Mario. But yeah, so Mr. Bankman-Fried kind of realized, hey, cryptocurrency isn't very well regulated. And hey, Gary Gensler, who's the former head of the SEC, Gary Gensler doesn't seem to know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't seem to know what cryptocurrency is or how to regulate it. And he's trying to use statutes and legislation that's 50 years old to regulate something that clearly wasn't intended to be regulated by that statute. So let's take advantage of the stupidity of this place and try to get them to pass laws that, allow us to continue the criming. Why not? And how do we make sure that we have that influence? Well, I've got a really good idea. Let's take a lot of our clients and customers' money that they've invested in this asset that we have told them is worth money. Let's take that money and let's go ahead and just give it to the politicians that we're speaking in front of to try and teach them how to write the laws that they're writing. And welcome to Washington, D.C., because that's exactly how Washington, D.C. works. Doesn't matter the administration, doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what side of the aisle. That's how D.C. works. So Sam Bankman-Fried was actually smart enough to know that that's how D.C. works. So he did that, spent a whole lot of money, and he actually caused money to be transferred out of FTX into the hands of himself, Ryan Salome, Carolyn Ellison. And he was smart enough not to make the donations directly from FTX. He just put it into the hands of these other third-party proxies. It was like, hey, you give them $1 million. You give them $1 million. You give them $1 million. All in all, a lot of money.
Everyone gets $1 million except me.
Yeah, except you. Except the teachers union. Except the teachers union that invested heavily in FTX that ended up with the entire crypto portion of their pension. Zero.
I mean, to be fair, if you're an investment fund manager and somebody's like, what percentage should we put in crypto? The correct answer is probably 0.
At least the answer was 0. It probably is still 0. But mostly, especially 0 at this point in time when it's the wild, wild west, when there is no legislation that regulates this, where you have people who are operating these crypto markets from the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, China, all over the place, places where you have zero ability to get information or recover assets or claw things back. Different regulations not regulated by the FDIC or anything else. Maybe we don't do that at that point in time. Oh, was it the Ontario Teachers Union? It was the Ontario Teachers Union.
Yep.
Sorry. It was. I forgot. Now, it was reported today by Law 360, and I went and verified it within the docket. And unfortunately, I can't pull up the docket because the docket is so... hang on, I'll show you guys what the docket looks like. It's bankruptcy docket. So every one of these large bankruptcies hires a company to manage, well, all the things, the paperwork. Keep it organized. Like a DA's office should keep discovery files organized. But these companies actually do the job very well. So they get paid to do it because they're supposed to do it. So they actually manage the whole docket. And within the docket, how many what number of... Why is it so big? These are all the debtors. These are all the debtors, by the way. Those are all of the companies that fall under the umbrella of FTX that filed. Wow. Uh-huh. Those are the companies under one umbrella. Cool. But we totally know exactly what they're doing. We know how to manage them and do all that, right? Totally. Let's see, where's the docket? Come on. Tax information, case navigation. There we go. There's the docket. We are at docket entry number 31,949. Yeah, those are progressive. They started with docket entry number 1. So we are at docket entry number 31,949. We're still objecting over claims and all of the other stuff. So there are various adversary proceedings. We are still litigating the hell out of this. It is still being liquidated. John Ray is the individual who is the trustee who's managing the case. He's the one who did the bankruptcy for Enron. How many claims do we have? Do I even want to know? Claim number 89,450. That's a lot of people. A whole lot of people. God. Okay. So why are we playing catch up with FTX? Because FTX very quietly, and by quietly, filed a bunch of voluntary dismissals. So FTX has agreed to dismiss adversary proceedings in the bankruptcy court against 6 political organizations, lawsuits that were aimed at recovering roughly $28.75 million in donations made to the groups prior to the bankruptcy itself. The notices said that they had agreed to voluntarily dismiss with prejudice 6 cases stemming from donations made by FTX, its entities, or its insiders. Most of the funds were distributed or dispersed to Republican political action committees or groups set to advance conservative causes. What's odd about that is that's a percentage of them, but pretty sure my recollection was it was about 89 million in total that was donated, and it was donated pretty evenly across the board. I believe there was more donated to Republican, but literally he would give to one party and then the next party within the same day, same amount, just to make sure, you're greasing the skids of every politician.
His bets.
He really was. He was like, hey, if you're going to pass a law, why don't I put money in all political coffers? That's the dirty secret of Washington. These politicians don't actually hate each other. All you got to do, you got to realize that they're all in for the money, and that your dollar goes the same with one politician as it does with another. The defendants in the case included super PACs, Congressional Leadership Fund, Senate Leadership Fund, etc. Donations were part of a straw donor scheme whereby FTX directed funds from accounts that held customer money, so literally just customer money accounts, to the executives. And they were like, executives, hey, go out and give our client money to these other political campaigns. And the funny thing is, people call YouTube like grifters, or people that really bad, really bad. Where was it? So there we go. So the allegations were that at the direction of co-founder and former CEO Bankman-Fried, Salome and others donated the funds to political causes, thereby ingratiating themselves and their affiliated companies with politicians and lobbyists. Yeah, and it got them seats in hearings where they got to help frame our concept and understanding of how legislation was going to be drafted. Now, what's not being covered yet is whether the dismissals, because the dismissals happened today, whether the dismissals themselves, where was it? Yeah, look, so they had cases against One Nation Incorporated, American Prosperity Alliance, so those are conservative. In addition, another suit for a nonprofit, Voto Latino, which worked to increase voter turnouts among Hispanic and Latino people, stemmed from 1 million to donations also being ended. There are like 25 more of those lawsuits. I think what we're not seeing here is that, 30 total lawsuits to recoup millions. Some settlements exist, so we have that, but we don't know whether there were any settlements that came out of this. These dismissals and the terms of dismissal of why it was being dismissed with prejudice wasn't disclosed, and they don't have to disclose it right now. They can simply say, we're dismissing this because we have the ability to dismiss this because we're the one that filed it. But I'm guaranteeing there's either A, money coming back into the coffers, B, information being provided in exchange, or C, this is an avenue that they finally realized, hey, we don't have what we should to bring this case in this case. But the rest of those cases are still pending. And there's a whole lot of money still coming back into the estate. But whenever you see people testifying before Congress and you're like, hey, I should really trust this person, maybe we just don't do that. Oh, people are asking if is this leading to a pardon? No. All the principles have already been tried. I mean, Caroline Ellison got a slap on the wrist. Like, this case was one of the biggest crypto downfalls and one of the largest prosecutions in a long time. So that's the FTX story. Told you it was brief. Just a recap. There's still stuff on the horizons. It's just getting a touch point of this is what's happened. This is where we are right now. And sometimes it's frustrating. And I'm glad that the bankruptcy court is at least there and makes all this stuff public, at least our knowledge of what money was spent where for a company that went under. Shay B, sorry, not sorry, Rob. I'll tell you the It movie story sometime. It's hilarious. Thanks, Ian. I'll get them sent at the beginning next week. Thank you, Shay B. I'm just... Hey, Rab, I didn't realize I had ADHD, ASD, until my son asked me if I thought I might like him. If I might be like him. He has ADHD and ASD. Now every day I see more of my behavior as ADHD, ASD. Now I keep telling him, I thought everyone thought this way. Sometimes it's just shedding light on it. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, K-Rab. Shadow, a friend I had in New York, they ran a funeral home, and upstairs, their grandma has a doll museum. That sounds like my very worst nightmare of all time. We're close to it. Next to calling a judge honey in the middle of an argument. Michigan Farm Boy Ian, I saw some videos about a couple of provinces taking interest, making preliminary moves to join the U.S., including Alberta. Any interest eventually?
I don't see that's happening.
And I believe it's kind of against their charter. I don't think they can.
The question tends to go over here, like asking if, the U.S. would like to become the latest Chinese province.
It's
kind
of way of doing it.
Yeah. It's
I
not
much
great.
Prefer a friendly relationship than not. Nine Inch Nails, 1994. Kid toys are always the creepiest. Toy had no batteries, but still randomly lit up and played music. Yep. I can completely see how that might happen. It shouldn't, but I can see nightmares with that happening. I'm not going to sleep well tonight. It's just guaranteed. I still have nightmares to come back 7 years later. It only took 10 goes to get rid of it. See, told you. Baby steps. You're right. My daughter's very intelligent. Graduated first in her high school class. Her undergraduate degree was in biochem with minor in computational science. Wow. You both have emotional intelligence and intellect. That's cool. That's awesome. Congratulations.
That is awesome.
You know, people that don't like clowns and dolls, generally speaking, are pretty good people. Mama Bets, let's be fair. DC money is the lube. It is. DC money, DC money, DC money. So that was only a quasi-depressing story. And now I have to get to the very last of the stories. And we got to cover it. I have to cover it. I say we have to cover it. I guess I don't have to cover it, but realistically,
we want to cover it.
I don't want to cover all of it. The only parts that I really wanted to see. So we're doing Lori Daybell Vallow, folks. Lori Daybell Vallow. You don't like the topic? You don't like the topic? That's fine. For me, I had to see what this lady was going to say, and I had to see what the judge was going to do. That was me. So I'll cover. I interrupted myself. I cut myself off. It was really good. There were one statement. Realistically, there was one statement I wanted to cover, and then she says a bunch of shit. Here, Kay Woodcock. Those of you who remember, during the trial, the limited pieces I covered was when one of the questions was when Lori was cross-examining Kay Woodcock, who is JJ and Tylee's grandmother, right? Yes. Yep. And Lori ran straight into a buzzsaw trying to cross-examine this woman. She got to give a victim impact statement. She, like we expected, didn't really hold back.
Can I sit up there? Over here? Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's JJ's grandmother. That's right. JJ's.
I want you to do. Shut up. It's the one. It's the one. JJ. Just be on this one. Is this the seat? Is this her seat? If you can help. Your Honor, I stand before you today to honor Charles, my big brother. This courtroom is where Charles finally receives the justice he fought for and never saw in life. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Charles was more than my brother. He was the backbone of our family. He was steady.
Wait, is this the right one? Hang on. I don't know why my brain is stopping today. I listened to this mostly. This is Kay Woodcock. Yeah. Why was I doubting myself? I'm not crazy.
Loyal and endlessly generous. He was the kind of man who showed up for everyone without ever asking for anything in return. When you walked into the room with Charles, you felt safe, you felt valued, and that's what makes this all so unbearable, because the very person who should have cherished him the most, his own wife, betrayed him in the cruelest, most calculated way imaginable. Charles was a protector by nature, the man who would give you the shirt off his back and then ask what else he could do to help. He loved fiercely, laughed easily, and built his life around the simple but powerful values of family, faith, and hard work. It feels right that this trial comes after those for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy, because he was a true Southern gentleman. I know he would have told us to take care of them first. Lori. First, let me say this. Charles is not your husband. I can't do that. You have to address the court. Okay.
This is
Charles is not your husband. Your disgusting co-monster, Chad, is. The Miss Texas pageant, Wheel of Fortune, extra on Modern Family, July 31st, 2023. What do they all have in common? They're all days that failed to make you famous or idolized. Infamous? Yes, but never famous, never idolized. You spent your entire life chasing cameras, applause, and validation like oxygen, but here you are, exposed, convicted, stripped of the lies you wrapped yourself in. All your interviews, all your attempts to manipulate, triangulate, and control the narrative, even the one released just last night, have failed. The world sees what I saw in 2019 when you abandoned Charles, Colby, Tylee, and JJ to chase that grotesque shadow of a man, Chad Daybell. You call yourself a mother, a wife, a woman of God. You are none of these things. You are a liar, a fraud, and a murderer.
Okay. I'm going to pause briefly, and I'm going to touch on a topic, thought process, that's going to be a little bit, I'm going to get a little flack from the chat on this one, Ian.
Okay.
The prosecutor, here, let me do this. Let me bring this back up. Kay Woodcock does this gesture right here. This is difficult. It's going to be very difficult because I am talking about the system as a whole, how it works, victim impact statements in general, how it weighs on the judge's consideration, the judge's mindset, and there's different ways of doing the victim impact statement, and this is not victim blaming, judging, or any of the above.
Amy, because he was a true Southern gentleman, I know he would have told us to take care of them first. Lori.
So, this maneuver right here of turning to Lori, it might be desirable, it might be wanted. When I watched the Brian Kohberger sentencing and the victim impact statements, a lot of people did something similar. Watch what the prosecutor does.
First, let me say this. Charles is
The judge does not cut her off. Prosecutor walks over. The prosecutor says this is supposed to be addressed to the court.
I can't do that.
And redirects her to the court. Victim impact statements are very important. Shouldn't shy away from them. They're a part of the justice system. They're a part of making sure that the outcome of the trial and the verdict and the sentence given is appropriate. But it's very difficult to strike a balance. Very difficult to strike a balance. There is a difference. There's a line. And it's difficult to define the line. And I don't know that you really can articulate it with great specificity. But there's a place where you can't allow the courtroom to become vigilanteist in tone or in speech or in whatever. One of the reasons I say that is because there were various things said at the Kohberger sentencing. They were funny. And by funny, I mean the one that was like, you might have been getting A's. What was it? You might have been getting A's in college, but you'll be getting big D in jail or in prison.
Yeah.
Victims of these crimes were just, and the families of the victims are immeasurably hurt. Never get back what was taken from them. And there's a very, very strong place for victim impact statements, but there has to be a little bit of a measure here. Now, Kay Woodcock, I bring her up because her victim impact statement, everything about what she said, the tone, what she phrases, how she addresses it, what she says, that's all completely fair game and fine. I had no problem with how she addressed to Lori what she said. It's just not letting it become, it's addressing it to the court, the person who's going to be administering the justice. the person who's going to be laying down the sentence. It's a really sensitive topic. Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I think maybe the appropriate thing is a two-step process, like in the sense of a victim impact statement that is intended for sentencing, and then possibly an element of the sentence where appropriate, and I will say it's not always going to be appropriate, but where appropriate, to have the part of the sentence is you've got to be confronted by your the victims.
Yeah. Face what you created. And I read your comment and I was looking at it and going, that's a really interesting thought process. And I would have no problem with that. I think that would be completely fine. It is very, very difficult to weigh into this topic, into this area, because, and I think that's also why you don't see a whole lot of courts taking the issue up, and you don't see a whole lot of legislatures saying like, hey, let's talk about victim impact statements and how we need to manage how far they're allowed to go. It's political suicide. You're going to get up and say that the victim isn't allowed to address, or is only allowed to address to a certain extent, the criminal defendant who did the thing that took away their family member.
And I can say in Canada, there would be all of what happened there would not be permitted, which isn't to say that, isn't to say that it isn't like, the issue I have is victims often find the process to be very unsatisfying. And one of the things that they tend to find a little more satisfying, is like restorative justice procedures. And restorative justice procedures often involve like confronting the person with, what they did and what the harm was. So, like nobody's got any sympathy, and there's no reason to have sympathy for, Kohberger. Kohberger isn't the point. The point is just kind of like, what is the purpose of all of these things, and what is sort of the rules on that. And so I kind of get to the thing of, I can see a good reason for the confrontation. It just maybe shouldn't be part of the, like some of that, in Kohberger, they already knew what sentence he was going to get, right? There was no question on that. But, you've got to, whenever you see something like this, you always have to think about, what about other cases, right? And there might be another case where the issue might be, life in prison versus death penalty, or because, imagine he'd been convicted at trial. This would have been coming up during a death penalty, discussion. Or, let's say it's a question of, the defense is saying this guy should get 5 years and the prosecution is saying 20 years, right? As much as many of these comments are satisfying and funny, and we can go, yes, Kohberger's getting, it feels good to see somebody giving him the gears, right? And 100%. But a lot of that isn't relevant to a sentencing. So if somebody was actually at, that doesn't tell you like whether the guy should get, 5 years versus 20 years. But after the sentence, then, then it might be appropriate for them to, to give him the shit, right? So that to me is kind of my current thinking on that. And it also would allow the judge to have some weighing in, like if it's part of the sentence, to possibly say that there may be circumstances where it's not appropriate. Because I think back to, I think back to a woman who was convicted of, like, she pled guilty for shoplifting.
Mm-hmm.
And a main reason why she was, engaging in shoplifting was because she had been assaulted, and it was a maladaptive coping strategy, but it's a coping strategy, right? And this is something some people will probably give me shit, but it tends to be a gendered coping strategy. You get more women who, and I don't understand why, but who like take up shoplifting as a way to cope with, trauma than guys. Guys tend to go to violence. Like they'll get into fights and stuff like that. But anyway, that was sort of the issue. And so if you had, I don't think it would have been appropriate for somebody to like hope that she gets, assaulted in jail, given that her sentence was way lower. Like, nobody was seeking life for her, right? That's not, and given the background, right? It might have been like, okay, this we're not going to think is an appropriate part of sentencing for her, right?
Yeah.
But for, Koberger, it's like, go nuts.
and that's people are asking, like, isn't this Daybell? Isn't this case? Why are we talking about it? Because
it's a compare and contrast.
It's a compare and contrast. You got to see, and I'm not pulling up the victim impact statements in the Koberger case because it was the example of the extreme in every respect. Like the extreme level of pain that was being felt by the victims, the extreme level of dissatisfaction that they had in the fact the outcome of the trial wasn't a trial, it was a plea. It was the extreme in the anger that was expressed because there wasn't any catharsis that occurred before that. Like it was the extreme. I'm bringing up this because Kay Woodcock does a good job. She does a good job she does a good job, a wonderful job. And it's to provide a contrast. The only reason I paused where I did is because where it got directed at Lori. And when the prosecutor stepped in and said, no, this is to the court, because it gives you the indication the victim impact statement is for and to address the disposition. If you allow the court, because one of the concerns that you have is you allow the court to become the soapbox upon which vigilantism is preached.
And that's where I really see the difference coming up is, have it so that people can, have the round of like, what do you call it? This is for the court, but then possibly also allow for a second round of, and now the court has gotten what it needs.
Yep.
This is for you, right? This is for the victims and this is for the accused. Because, I just also worry about situations where it might backfire too. Because, and the one I think about is sort of the obvious example is like, a sex assault. And, a woman confronting a guy who is, who hurt her seriously and not getting the reaction that they want, like getting a reaction of this person laughing at her, getting a reaction of this person, maybe talking back. So, there is some risk to it too, right? That it could actually be more damaging in some cases than cathartic. Like I'm betting that, the Goncalves family found this to be very cathartic and healing, right? That I bet that was helpful to them. And I want that for them. I just think about how do we get the process to work sort of properly. And I know there's a lot of people who are kind of annoyed at me, online, because I was like, this is wild. And it is. Like, I've never seen anything like that in a court case in Canada. It's just like completely unfamiliar to me.
He physically moved the podium to face the defendant.
Yeah. And I can tell you, like, the instant you started trying to do that here, they'd be like, nope, no, this is to the court, right?
And I honestly think that the only reason it wasn't stopped is that it caught the judge so off guard that the judge was like, I am not going to stop it now. Even Judge Boreski in this case, judges I have one of the most impressive moments in a trial that I have ever seen, that we ever get to see, is the judge's demeanor during these impact statements. They stay so stone-faced, and I've never understood how. And they're not looking at their computer screen. They're looking at the person speaking. It is amazing to me how they're able to do that. And I very much understand that society, when we see a wrong and you see something terrible, you want the red meat retribution. I mean, hell, it's like a human craving. You want the red meat, visceral. You want the screaming, the yelling, the worst thing that come upon this defendant. You want it shouted out to them. It's a desire that you want.
I mean, quite honestly, I think that most people would be fairly okay if they were just like, here is a here's a box of rocks, and you can throw them at him, right? Like
and that, but it's that,
and then that's the thing, is we've got to have some sort of limit to it.
Yes.
I know there's people who are like, they should be able to say anything they want, and I'm like, even there is an issue about anything they want, because she basically, like, there was some comments towards the lines of like, I hope your fellow inmates take out our revenge on you.
Yeah, there was a bunch of
and we go, okay, that feels good, but we also know that they're not happy with the prosecutor. What happens if they say, and also, prosecutor, we hope the same thing happens to you. Prosecutor, we hope your children get murdered. These kinds of things become, a potential, issue. What if they say those things to the judge or defense counsel, right? Where I think that it's uncontroversial that there should be some line. And I don't think the Goncalves crossed it. I think that they tiptoed up to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you've got to consider that at some point there's going to be somebody who does cross that line, right? And when I say that I think they tiptoed up to it, I would say that they, I would have said that they crossed it if they'd made like explicit calls to violence, right? Which they didn't. I took some of what they said as an implicit call to violence, but it was sufficiently implicit that I was like, all right, this isn't like a direct exhortation or something like that. But I would have said, like, if they said something like, and if anybody, assaults this guy, I'll put money in your canteen.
Yeah.
That would have been like, now we're over a line, right?
If you make the statement, like in the middle of the impact statement, of someone on your way back to prison would be completely justified in taking your handcuffs, wrapping them around your neck, and strangling you, right? That's now you have crossed that line into using this victim impact statement as a soapbox being propped up by the judiciary to make a statement that is encouraging mob violence. And this is why I made the comment. This is about as controversial of a topic you can talk about when you talk about victims and victim impact statements. This is not easy to draw a line. You don't know what right, you don't know how to define it, you don't know what to say, you don't know how to cut it off. And a lot of it is guided. And the reason why I chose these two cases. I chose Lori Daybell Vallow because there's a part of it where the judge comes in and the judge actually highlights part of the victim impact statements that the judge heard and processes and uses that information and applies it and shows you how you're supposed to do it or how it's supposed to be done. And there's a time, there's a place. I just think that when you turn it more into a confrontation than a mechanism by which to help assist in the determining the appropriate sentence for the defendant, now the convicted defendant, you start tiptoeing a line that gets to what Ian was saying. Why don't we just give everyone a rock? Or why don't we just let them drag the person out to the back of where the gallows are, throw a rope up over and then just have our own mob justice. And you know what? We came from a place that did that. Like history, we historically came from that place. And we have used time and some of the worst cases in the world to try and step away from that one step at a time and create a system that's not that. That's cleaner than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, right? I would love to say that I've got all the answers, and ultimately I don't, but I find that this is a situation that is making me think, and it's making me think quite a bit. And I don't hate that. Like, I don't hate having to think about things. It's, I think that that's very healthy in sort of any system, to sort of sit and have things that make us consider. But yeah, the other thing I'll note here is that the mob justice that happens in prison is not really justice, because typically the violence in prison is directed not so much towards the people that we think have done terrible wrongs, but instead towards people typically towards people who are vulnerable. Like, when you look at the cases of people who are actually, like, sexually attacked in prisons, often they're people who've committed low-end offenses and who are, not really well prepared for prison, because it's like the people who embezzled money for their gambling habit or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, this really wasn't who we were thinking of, right? And the other thing I sort of note is a lot of people have been like, well, this is something that'll get to Kohberger. And I go, maybe.
It's not. I don't think it did. I don't think a single thing that was said affected him.
I don't. And I mean, I don't think he's the kind of person that is going to really be affected by any of that, right? Just because of sort of the personality elements that get him there in the first place. And yeah. And KPT says, I'm all for prison justice for violent crimes against kids. I can tell you that the people who actually committed crimes against kids typically are in protective custody. However, I have on numerous occasions I've seen guards basically put out a hit on clients. I've gotten phone calls from clients who are like, I need my criminal record and my charges, and I need it like now. And when you get that call, it's like, you are going to the prison and you're going to like drop off a copy of those things. And the reason why is because it's typically something like some guy who's in there for, I don't know, his 60th theft or something like that. But he spat at a guard while he's in there. And so that guard decided to tell everybody, or maybe that guard's friends decided to tell everybody, hey, this guy is a child molester. And he's not. But the guards are hoping that the other inmates will lay a beating on him or maybe kill him. And, so I end up in a position of having to run, like, you get to the prison as fast as you can in order to drop the documents off so this guy can prove that he's not, because otherwise he's going to get murdered. And, so the guards wield that against people who aren't affected. So it's tough.
Yeah. So I chose K's because K was giving information that gets used in the victim impact statement. Now Brandon did a damn good job too.
Sorry. Charles is not your husband. Your disgusting co-monster Chad is. The Miss Texas pageant, Wheel of Fortune, Extra on Modern Family, July 31st, 2023. What do they all have in common? They're all days that failed to make you famous or idolized. Infamous? Yes, but never famous, never idolized. You spent your entire life chasing cameras, applause, and validation like oxygen, but here you are, exposed, convicted, stripped of the lies you wrapped yourself in. All your interviews, all your attempts to manipulate, triangulate, and control the narrative, even the one released just last night, have failed. The world sees what I saw in 2019 when you abandoned Charles, Colby, Tylee, and JJ to chase that grotesque shadow of a man, Chad Daybell. You call yourself a mother, a wife, a woman of God. You are none of these things. You are a liar, a fraud, and a murderer. Did you think you could charm your way out of this? Do you believe people can't see through the lies? Do you honestly think that you are smarter, holier, or more special than everyone else? You are not. You are an ordinary, plain, run-of-the-mill, middle-aged woman. You keep saying to anyone who will listen that no one understands because they weren't there. So tell me, Lori, what don't we understand? Was it you who shot Charles? Is that why you kept asking during the trial about testing your hands for gunshot residue? Was that your grotesque way of gloating? You murdered Charles. You confessed to the conspiracy. Do you think we all missed that? You took his phone and played a childish game of keep away and then tried to sell the world that this was a good reason for Alex or you to shoot him. And every single one of us sitting in this courtroom saw right through it. That day started a domino effect, except you tipped the first domino and you kept those dominoes falling until everyone was dead. Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, and the wake of devastation you left for Colby, for our entire families, and for an entire community who watched your evil unfold. You asked me during the trial where I was when Charles was murdered. You asked almost every witness if they were there, or if they saw with their eyes or heard with their ears, you and Alex conspiring to murder my brother. No, we weren't, but you're right. As much as I hate to utter those words, and if you are to be believed, neither were you. How dare you desecrate the memory of Charles and your children the way you did their bodies? How dare you blame them for your crimes? We all know what happened, Lori. There is no denying it. We've sat in courtrooms, seen the evidence, seen the wreckage you caused. We have listened to the truth tellers. Nothing is taken out of context. Your land of make-believe is just transparent. The facts and the science don't play games. They tell the truth, how many times Charles was shot, at what angles, and how long he'd been dead before 911 was called. The 47 minutes. Because you were busy trying to manufacture an alibi. Science doesn't lie. You do. Detectives, prosecutors, jurors, advocates, the men and women who had to bear witness to this horror, please stand.
This is a little bit dramatic. She did great.
Eric Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm
Ron
just like, I'm
Ball.
going to allow it.
That's
that one,
not true.
And when I allowed.
It started before then. It started when she met her co-conspirator. My dad wasn't just on a business anymore.
She reads a letter from JJ, or that she basically authored on behalf of JJ, who wasn't there. That was going a little bit far. I don't blame her for doing it. It was the other part about this is while that might have felt confrontational, she was actually giving the judge information that he could use in the sentencing. Basically, these were all of the true facts that were there. And this is how far away you were trying to make everyone else believe what existed. Like you gave them a narrative that was 100% bullshit. You accepted no accountability, no nothing. You just blamed everyone else, blame children, blame everyone else. That's why it actually went to some of the sentencing factors. Brandon Boudreaux's was the most impactful. Can't go through it. It's 3 hours and 49 minutes of streaming. I wish I could go through it, but we'll listen to the judge's comments on it. Lori gives her statement, and we're going to focus on that because this part, the judge actually breaks character here, like a little bit. I couldn't believe what actually happened, because what Lori said, we actually got a remark out of it. The judge broke character.
Please be seated. Back on the right, 01242.
Address the court. Lori Vallow Daybell, in the jury trial for Charles Vallow, told the jury that the case and murder was about a family tragedy. In her next...
Yeah, okay, we're going to listen to the prosecutor a little bit because she did good too. She did good too.
Trial, she told the jury, again in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, that this was a tragedy. And while she's been in custody, she has agreed to speak to the media 4 times. And she has again spouted off that this was a family tragedy. A tragedy is a disastrous event, a calamity, a misfortune. Synonyms for tragedy are accident, catastrophe, disaster, misfortune, or mishap. A family tragedy does not involve premeditation. A family tragedy does not involve the intentional killing of a person. A family tragedy does not involve working with an accomplice to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And a family tragedy does not involve conspiring with others to kill. Lori Vallow Daybell has evoked the words family tragedy, but her actions show her to be a cold-blooded murderer. Even more disturbing than Lori Vallow Daybell's attempts to fashion the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the shooting of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, as a tragedy, is the way she has twisted religion and fashioned it as a justification for her actions. The reality is this defendant is the same as every other murder defendant. The motives we usually see in murder cases, money, sex, are exactly what motivated this defendant for the murder of Charles and the attempted murder of Brandon. Although this defendant denies it, her text messages and her own actions show that these were her motives. Lori Vallow Daybell's motive for helping to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux was to help Melanie, the woman who called Lori Vallow mom and called Chad Daybell dad or daddy. Just like with Charles, Lori and Chad used their twisted religion to claim that Brandon was dark, possessed, and therefore his death would be justified. Brandon's death would have given Melanie money, the same motive as with Charles. The only difference was this money was for Lori's, quote, daughter, Melanie. The court has presided over these 2 trials and has heard all of the evidence. The court has accepted the verdicts from both juries. And this court accepted this defendant's admission of statutory aggravating factors in both cases: the presence of an accomplice, the use of a deadly weapon, and for Charles's trial, the infliction of emotional harm on Charles's family. The court is legally permitted to find any other aggravating factors and to give.
She goes through the other aggravating factors. I wanted to focus on the part there that she focuses on. This wasn't a tragedy. Don't call it a tragedy. You've said it 4 times in the media in different statements. This was you killing somebody.
Fearing he would be killed.
All right.
Representing myself, I have learned much about CR 22-21-1624. Thank you.
All right. Would the defendant like to address the court or present any witnesses?
Okay. One, you knew that she wasn't ever going to be able to resist the opportunity to say something. So you knew it was coming.
I mean, Koberger was smart when he was like, respectfully, no. That is basically what I tell all of my clients to say, and some of them listen.
It was the smartest thing to have. Yeah, exactly. Don't say anything. You're going to make it worse. Now, I will say, the way that she began, I held out about a half a second of hope, which quickly just disappeared. But the judge, she gets off into territory, and the judge starts to, like I said, break character.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I remain sitting?
Go ahead.
Representing myself at these 2 trials was a constitutional right that I exercised. I could not have done so without my team. Annalena Ramirez, my paralegal, Jeff White, my investigator, and Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy, my advisory counsel. I acknowledge their diligence and hard work in helping me exercise that right. They worked tirelessly, and I appreciate them. Representing myself, I have learned much about the law.
Okay. So she started
Nobody
so
cares.
well.
Nobody cares what you learned.
I know, but she started so well. Like she started off like, Lori, you're doing great. You're doing great. You said, thank you for the hard work and helping me exercise this constitutional right. I appreciate everything you did. And then it would be simple to kind of say, well, I have nothing else to say. Lori's not designed that way.
Through this process, and I'm grateful for the knowledge that I have gained. Knowledge is eternal, and it is only love and the knowledge that we acquire in this life that we take with us into the next. I have studied the rules of law,
Ooh, I don't like that.
case law, and the like. I was amazed and enlightened as my understandings were completely changed from before I started this process. Before this long court journey, I only had basic understanding of the judicial process. I was of the understanding that both parties would be able to get up at a trial and each tell their side of the story, but I soon learned that the rules of law do not allow that.
Actually, they do.
The process is much more complex.
Just, I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was like, hold up. Is that the judge? Did the judge just cut her off?
See, initially I was like, Rob, did you just interrupt? And then I was like, no, wait, that was totally not.
Nope. That was definitely the judge. The judge was like, the judge was basically like, I see where you're going with this, and I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Wow.
The rules of at a trial and each tell their side of the story, but I soon learned that the rules of law do not allow that.
Actually, they do.
The process is much more complex than that. It is not designed for that, although the Constitution of the United States was designed for that. The rules of law negate most of that. As a defendant, I was precluded from calling several witnesses. Other witnesses
not the
for
time.
the defense were precluded from testifying things that they did witness. As a defendant, I was precluded from asking law enforcement specific questions. I was also precluded from admitting documents that the state turned over to the defense as discovery. The founding fathers
because they're
of this
discovery doesn't
country
mean
did
they're
not intend for
admissible.
the rules and laws of trial that have been implemented into this justice system to make it impossible for the accused to defend themselves. Their objective was quite the opposite. They advocated for a fair and impartial and speedy trial. It was never their intention for people to be sitting in jail for years and years waiting to be tried while the
Oh yeah. For those of you who have not had the benefit of hearing this before,
This is my first time, and There's a time and a place for hurt feelings. And
oh, really? Ian, this is your first time?
Yep.
You're going to lose your fucking mind. Oh my God.
Oh, it's already gone. But, that was years ago.
It gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. So y'all, if you thought you were going to hear anything about any of the victims, remorse, or anything else, one, you already knew that was going to happen. Two, just be prepared to get a civics lesson a la Lori. We're going to be educated on the civics, on the creation of the constitutional structure, on what the concept of trial is and what it's supposed to be. Also, we are going to get a lesson on
how she's the real victim and everyone should feel real bad for her.
Well, just how the entire system was unfair. It was rigged against her. It was rigged. It was completely rigged. And the judge was not fair and all, but we get a definition of we get to see how effective the Maricopa County District Attorney's Office is and some of the stats that she spouts off. This is going to be good. Everyone, if you don't have popcorn, and this is why I didn't really want to focus on a lot of the victim impact statements too much, because we know what they're going to say. And it only makes this, what Lori says, even worse if you hear that right next to that. There is a reason this woman is serving now 7 consecutive life sentences. Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
The state continues to try to gather new evidence against them. This is what our injustice system has become.
Sorry, did she
Men
just
and
say
women sitting in
unjustice
jail
system?
for years and waiting to be heard.
Also,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
What is that? What is that away image?
Oh, no. Oh, it's the baby Runkle. I forgot it was there. It's the baby Runkle. I forgot it was there. But it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to see that. Okay, I'm leaving that there. That's the baby Runkle. Okay, the baby Runkle. The baby Runkle is needed for a little bit of the Lori stuff. Okay. Yeah, she said the injustice system.
The constitutional right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness thwarted. My case is not unique. There are many here in
Lady, you
Maricopa
were
County that
engaged
have
in
been in
life,
jail
liberty, and
almost
the pursuit
10
of penis,
years
so,
waiting
like-
to be tried. The conditions of this jail are not for long-term confinement. You do not have access to direct medical care. You do not have access to proper nutrition. You do not have access to sunlight. You do not have access
that's the point
to
of a jail.
decent dental care. In fact, when
Oh,
you have been
Muffin,
in
you're gonna
Maricopa
really
County
hate
jail
this.
for 1 year, they come to your door and offer you a vitamin D supplement because you have not been in the sun in a year. Imagine this for years. It is inhumane.
That is the point.
I'm just going to have to pause this every 20 seconds while I'm getting this other beverage because you're going to have to rant every 20 seconds.
Oh, I have to rant constantly. Like,
these are not meant for long-term housing. Yeah, no shit. They're jails. They're not prisons. That you don't get proper nutrition. You get better nutrition than they do in half of Maricopa, like in everywhere else. No, you're getting nutrition. You're getting as many calories as you need. You don't.
She's like, this is the worst cruise ship I've ever been on, and I want to speak to the manager. And I'm like,
she is using her statement in her sentencing to pull Karen on the Maricopa County Jail.
yeah, she's like, I want to speak to the manager about the shitty accommodations.
And she keeps going.
The state of Arizona, according to the laws, since I am a prisoner from another state, only had 90 days in which to give me 2 speedy trials. That's 3 months. I arrived here at MCSO on November 30th, 2023. That is over a year and a half, 20 months specifically. That is over 6 times the amount of time it should have taken for me to have these 2 trials. But Arizona leaves this law up to the judge's discretion, and the judge has the power to extend your trial at his will. Even though the 6th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States proclaims otherwise. 98% of all cases in Maricopa County end in plea deals where the accused plead guilty. And I'll tell you why. It's so miserable in that jail that they plead guilty so they can go to the prison and have decent.
Oh, honey. This is
wow.
So we have math issues. We have you didn't bring me in front. You didn't bring my trials in 90 days. Mind you, I had already been, I'm pretty sure I'd already been sentenced in Idaho, or the trials were going on in Idaho. So, and then we're going to start talking about the success rate of the prosecutors and why so many people plead guilty, because clearly they want to go to prison to get out of the jail. That's why they plead guilty, Ian. Didn't you know that about criminal defendants, that they all plead guilty because of that fact?
I mean, that is a thing, but like, nobody's got any sympathy for you here.
Uh-huh. Oh, and it's by the way, she just kind of made the statement of that's why all of them do. So everybody, that's why everyone does.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are doing it because they're, straight up guilty.
Yeah.
Like, that is also a thing.
And they get less time or a different disposition. Yeah, it's kind of why.
Food, decent sunlight, and a chance to live. 2% of all cases in Maricopa County that actually do go to trial, of all the cases that actually do go to trial, only 0.2 end in acquittal. That is 1 out of 1,200 people who go to trial go home.
That's actually not the correct stat.
I love this judge. Just the he's like, that is actually a little bit of bullshit. So
well, in my head, when she said it the first time, I think it's 2%. I think she tried to say like 0.2%. In my head, I'm going, yeah, that number sounds about right, because by the time the state wants to advance a trial and they've put it up, they're basically going, they've made the judgment call. I can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I'm willing to take it to trial.
I mean, in theory, if the state had perfect knowledge, that number should be 0%, because
you want that stat. What Lori just said, like, I'm sitting here going, damn, Maricopa, 2 out of every 1,200 are acquitted. Good job. Like, that's damn good. Like, you're doing the work. This is just, it's a lot.
Is that a system designed to convict you? The rules of law governing trial assure that. As you witnessed in my 2 cases, the judge support.
Ma'am, there are exemplar cases when we can talk about how defendants have a disadvantage. There are lots of exemplar cases how we can talk endlessly about how the deck is stacked against the defendant. This ain't one of those times.
yeah, and I mean, like, Karen Reed is a different, circumstance. This is not Karen Reed.
No. God, I remember that phone call. The phone call they played to the insurance company when she was trying to get the insurance money, and she found out for the first time that Chad had changed the beneficiary. This is not Karen Reed. So you might be spouting stats, but you are not the vessel through whom these stats should be offered.
Supports the state to achieve this outcome. So here we are. The state of Arizona has accomplished its intention. 1, to extradite me from Idaho. 2, to convict me. And 3, to add to.
I misspoke. It wasn't Chad. Charles. Chad is the jackass who's facing the death penalty. Charles. Not Chad. Charles changed the life insurance.
My ledger of lifetimes. The state used countless taxpayers' money to transport me, house me, millions of dollars to wrongly convict me on 2 charges that they made sure judicially.
I'm sorry, Lori. I fuck that word up too all the time. Judicially.
That I could not defend myself against. I know political aspirations, raises, and job promotions were at stake. So congratulations.
Oh, geez.
I was convicted in the media long before I went to trial. We all know that there was no way for me to come to Arizona and get a fair, impartial, or speedy trial. And now that fact has been proven. The state of Arizona brought me here when I was already serving 5 life sentences. Now I will serve 7 life sentences. Will that be enough? Will that be enough?
No. No.
I want everyone to know that I mourn with all of you. I am sorry for your pain. Losing those close to you is painful, and I acknowledge
So is the
all of the
speech.
pain, and I do empathize. I feel it too. If I was accountable for these crimes, I would acknowledge it, and I would let you know how sorry I was.
Did you just catch that she gave the appropriate definition of accountability? Like, if I took accountability for my actions, I would acknowledge it. She literally said
I acknowledge all of the pain, and I do empathize. I feel it too. If I was accountable for these crimes, I would acknowledge it, and I would let you know how sorry I was. But I have witnessed for myself what it is like to leave this mortal existence and return home when I temporarily died in the hospital giving birth to my daughter, Tylee. When our spirit leaves our body and we return to the pure energy
a lot of people would still be alive.
state in the spirit world, we immediately no longer feel hate, anger, envy, or resentment. I promise you. We come to earth to experience these emotions, but these emotions are immediately replaced by a blissful, heightened sense of peace, love, joy, and well-being. The moment our spirit leaves our body, we feel more alive than we ever did on earth. And we have deep empathy for those we have left behind. We do not want our loved ones to grieve or be sad. We know that they will because that's a mortal experience, but they come to comfort us. We immediately know the minute you leave your body, you are aware of who you are.
By the way, the chick over here with the spacer earrings, like she is sending me every now and then, like Lori says something bad shit and she just like smirks a little bit. Or she's like looking back in the gallery going, did this bitch just say this out loud? Like, is that really happening? And it's like, it is the most unfortunate but fortunate placement for the camera because while I'm looking at the back of her head spouting off random bullshit, I'm glad that there's a human being that's observing it on the other side who's at least kind of justifying like, okay, good, I'm not crazy. Everyone else is thinking that this is nuts too.
Oh, this is the kind of thing where if you have a lawyer, one of the lawyer's jobs is to make absolutely specifically clear that you are not to do any of this shit.
Yeah, no. Is that, I mean, I need a fact check. Is that one of Lori's paralegals? Is that someone who, because God bless that person, man. God bless that person who had to face this. I couldn't handle half of this.
Why you came to earth, and that we will all be together again soon, and that this separation is only temporary. All of the cares and pressures and problems immediately melt away. And after comforting our loved ones, we move on with our eternal life, continuing to pursue knowledge and wisdom and understanding in eternal progression. Heaven is a very busy and happy place where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do. That includes Joshua, that includes Tylee, that includes Tammy, that includes Charles. No one there, none of these people are seeking revenge or justice. So although we miss our loved ones, and I do too, I assure you that they are busy and happy and peaceful. I have felt the kind of contentment that they feel now, and I try to duplicate that here. So whether I'm giving 5 life sentences or 7 life sentences, I will continue to try to uplift and help and strengthen those around me. It does not matter where you serve on earth as long as you do it with love. It doesn't matter if I'm given 7 lifetimes or the death penalty like my husband. What things look impossible to man are easy for Jesus.
Ma'am, Jesus would respectfully like to be left out of this conversation. Like,
Yeah, Jesus is like, I have
I
have
don't
an
I don't
opinion.
know this lady. Like, I don't know this lady. So, thoughts so far, Ian?
I mean, my uncensored thoughts would just be like half an hour of screaming. Because yeah,
Almost. I mean, it almost makes you wish that when you talk about the concept of throwing the book at somebody, that the judge actually had a literal book to throw in her direction.
100%.
It is pretty tough. This is pretty tough.
I mean, just like yeet.
Jesus tells us in the Bible not to judge, but this whole entire justice system is just that.
Yeah, that's conflating a lot of like what scriptural meaning is with what a court of law is, and there's judgment that's entirely appropriate. Like murder, it's actually written in the Bible. You're not supposed to do it. Pretty sure that this is a problem.
So I want you to watch, because God will show the world great miracles. I will continue to love everyone I come in contact with, and I will turn this battle over to God. If this is God's battle, then the math doesn't matter. 7 lifetimes or the death penalty doesn't matter. God's miracles will abound. When a soldier goes off to war, he is a soldier. When a soldier comes back from war, he is a warrior. And Jesus is in the prisons. He is turning his soldiers into warriors.
What the hell is this about?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have a biblical army recruited from prisoners. I don't.
Like Jesus is gonna beat you up? Is that where she's going with
soldiers into warriors? I don't. We're gonna have prisoner warriors. I don't understand.
For the prisoners shall go free. Sometimes victory doesn't look like.
Yep. So Jesus is gonna set the prisoners free and make them warriors. That doesn't sound at all like ominous based on how she represents it. I don't think you're speaking about Jesus, man. There might be other biblical figures from a different location that are doing things. I don't know. I don't like how you're doing that, though.
Like victory until it's finished. Prisoners who have been told that they will never go free will be free. And I want you to expect miracles, and I want you to watch for them, because you will see. We fear not what man can do, because God's warriors surround us. When the battle is relentless, and this one has been for over 6 years, remember, God is building his army of warriors in the prison system. He is turning Sauls into Pauls.
Can we just focus on this concept for a second?
Like, what the literal fuck? Does she like, I feel like if you're going to do one of these things, you need to, like, how do I put this? Did you see the old, like, mock ads for the trunk monkey?
No.
I don't think you can run it on stream because you'll get a copyright strike, but you should check them out after, like, for the trunk monkey.
Yeah.
But basically she needs like a trunk monkey to sit there and listen to her speech and then just like hit her with a pipe wrench every time she says something stupid. And until she can get through the speech without getting, pipe wrenched, she needs to keep working on it. Because the trunk monkey would be making, like, it wouldn't just be like an occasional pipe wrench here. Her skull would be a percussion instrument. It would just be like, we're doing some drumming. Because everything she says is... It's like, wow, that is the dumbest. Nope. Now we're into something new that's even dumber. Oh, now it's
now dumber.
It's like, the perspective of like the dumbest possible thing.
You know what she did just do?
She
She did just sign up for like daily bunk tossings and checking her bunk, because she did just kind of promise the world that she's going to create an army of warrior prisoners that are no longer going to be in prison. So I'm pretty sure that the warden's going to have some questions that might involve like, hey, Lori, who are you talking to? And by the way,
you've lost all privileges.
All privileges, every privilege, because you literally, in the statement you made to the judge, you just promised that you were going to turn all of these prisoners into warriors and that they would all be free. So that to me sounds kind of concerning. It's really bad. Oh, and yeah. If anyone ever grew up reading any form of scripture whatsoever, or actually like practices any faith whatsoever, this is a whole lot of fucked up shit. Like, this is just a whole mess of like using like one word out of a whole page of passages, and then all of a sudden saying this one word that happens to be in this whole page of scripture says this one thing. Therefore, all of this is justified.
I mean, the Bible says that's okay, right? To just like
kill,
take stuff extremely out of context in order to
oh yes, all the time.
To justify doing the bullshit you were going to do anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Actually, the Bible is pretty explicit. You'd be surprised to learn the Bible is pretty explicit about using God or God's vessels to justify conduct that is inconsistent with the Bible's teachings, and how that's not a good thing. So pretty direct about that. It's not good. So Lori gets an A+ for effort.
When Jesus is sending his servants into the prisons to prepare his warrior team, we will be there only until this purpose is complete, and then the warriors will walk free. We are redeemed.
Yeah, that bunk tossing is almost guaranteed now.
Redeemed by Jesus Christ, so we are free right now. But his chains will break, prison walls will fall. The power and majesty of God will be revealed. When Jesus is ready, he will call his warriors from the prisons, and we will walk free, and we will serve him. I will quote Moroni, the great prophet, from Moroni 8:16, and he says, "Behold, I speak with boldness, having authority from God. I fear not what man can do, for perfect love casteth out all fear." And in Ether, Moroni says, "And now, if I have no authority for these things, judge ye. For ye shall know that I have authority when ye shall see me, and we shall stand before God at the last day."
So, you might be saying, hey, Runkle, you were just saying maybe there should be limits on victim impact statements. What about statements from the accused? Well, two things. First of all, you're going to have to give a lot more leeway to the person who's got like the, the whole like possibility of incarceration.
Yep.
Second of all, I don't think that any of like the victims are upset by what she's saying, because they're like, oh no, you should keep having opinions, because this is exactly where your opinion, like, I mean, if somebody did wrong by me, this is exactly the speech I would want them to give in prison or in court. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, we're just adding, like, we're doing numbers here.
Mhm.
Like, you're just like, keep talking. You're gonna get you the high score. So,
Oh, this is a good one, Juniper. Lori's recruiting the Jesus Avengers Initiative. This is, and Cthulhu Rock, like, it is part of the reason why we have these discussions during these complex cases, because no, not necessarily, but it's the cases where you really want the stoning that it kind of requires the tough conversations. This woman is absolutely beyond. I was going to pull these up before we move on to the judge, because the judge makes us feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I see people saying this is Mormonism. This is not Mormonism. This is her specific bullshit.
She literally just said, like, she quoted that scripture to basically say that she is the authority. That what she just said is proper and right, and all of these things based on her version of this is. Ugh.
Yeah, no, she's just. This is like Daybellism.
Peace Geek 1965. Welcome to Delusional Narcissism. We got a whole batch of it. Devers is missing. Is it Devers or Devers? Devers is missing integrity. La Posadas, Disco, Inferno. 1. She actually isn't wrong about the jail and pleas there. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is the vessel. Like, Lori, there's people that make that statement. You ain't the one.
And there's a time and a place. Like,
there's a time and a place.
If this was my client, with these issues, this is also one of the places where having a lawyer can be really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I could bring, say in Canada, there might be the opportunity to bring like some sort of application for reduction in sentence, based on, hey, she faced conditions in jail that are, unconstitutional. Yep. But it's great to have a lawyer who can do that, because then your lawyer isn't like, your lawyer's making the argument and it doesn't sound nearly as ungrateful and, whatever else, as if you are doing it as, as yourself.
Yeah, this ain't the case. I spent 3 weeks in Mojave and got pneumonia because someone lied to the grand jury. Yeah, and other people like that too. I'm with you on that. I completely understand that how conditions of confinement break people. They break a lot of people. Lori Vallow Daybell is not the person. She's not your masthead to make that argument. And she's complained and the complaints that she just made, she is not treated horribly in the Maricopa County jail, just based on the conditions that she just cited. Like,
I believe prisoners do deserve better than they get, but time and a place.
Yeah. And then 2 out of 2, I was literally housed with the person who actually did the thing. Prosecutors told my attorney she didn't think I did it. 7 years later, he's still in. A lot of cases, messed up cases. I'm sorry that you went through that experience. I'm glad that you're now out of that experience. The system is aimed towards, in favor of the prosecution against the defendant. Sometimes, well, not sometimes. There are certain defendants that evoke fewer sympathies than others. Lori is in the category that evokes the fewer sympathies than others. Megan's 2819, she's horrible and crazy, but how would you defend her? And how is she ever going to be stopped from influencing other inmates? What would you do? What would you two do? You would defend her. You would.
I mean, you just defend her as best you can. And
what she's doing here, you make sure that doesn't happen somehow. You can't. Like you can do a whole lot of things, but you can't stop your client from running into a brick wall.
Yeah, and sometimes the best you can do is just like tell your client to shut the hell up.
And how do you stop her from influencing other inmates? Not a whole lot of control in that regard. Like, it depends on influencing other inmates. If she's actually caught doing things that influence other inmates to, for example, try to break out of prison, then you move her within the jail system to where she can't do that. Sometimes isolation, different ways of doing that. Defense rest, have you guys read any of the docs just released? I have not had an opportunity to yet. I know there's a bunch in the Koberger case. Ian, have you pulled any of those?
Not yet.
Robin, the ADR
I mean,
Pro.
the Koberger case is not one I've been really following. And so it kind of feels like, all right, maybe this doesn't need my opinion now.
Yeah. I have referred everyone in the Koberger stuff to Andrea. Everyone.
Yeah.
Because Andrea followed that like a hawk from day one. So Andrea Burkhart is who I kind of refer to as the all things Koberger, because she knows like every word of the indictment, every word of everything. So I trust her. Robin, the ADR Pro, Lori Vallow Daybell's father was convicted of tax evasion, wrote a book on the evils of the government and how to avoid paying taxes. Like father, like daughter. Well, it happens. Meme Express, 7 consecutive sentences, one for each of the 7 virtues of heaven she won't learn. SB and LV for cellmates.
There's lots of things she won't learn.
They can go find God together. There's a whole lot that's just going on. Yeah. Sarah Boone had a lawyer and her statement was still wild. Who pays for the paralegals? You do, taxpayers. He was missing integrity and Lopsado's Disco Inferno. Still mad at myself for taking the plea, but given the pneumonia, I had to. How can you have the other person in custody and offer a plea and not dismiss? How can prosecutors do a lot of things that they do that they shouldn't?
And the thing about like people plead to avoid, the conditions, I'm like, that was the most legitimate complaint. But again, time and place.
It's also, I don't know that people are taking 2 consecutive life sentence pleas to avoid the conditions in the jail.
Yeah, that might be, might not be that they're pleading to.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. Devers comes in again. Oh yeah, listening to all that crap bananas. Oh yeah, she is on another level. I hear a lot of solitary coming her way. Kelly B. I don't know. She could be a model inmate. You never know. But I know that people are going to have some opinions on what life sentences are after the judge finishes. Let's get to the judge.
Do you have anything else?
No.
It's like, are you done?
In this day and age where truth seems to matter little to our talking heads on the news and to our politicians, I'm proud that this trial court and through our jury trials, we draw on the collective wisdom of jurors to determine the truth. As I said in my jury,
I just saw the closed captions are way off. Turn those off.
jury instructions to the jury is their job to determine the truth. The defendant spent several minutes talking about statistics and being prevented from presenting her side.
There's an understatement.
That is not the truth. Maricopa County is a court of innovation. We virtually screened hundreds of jurors, and we kicked off jurors from service that had ever even heard of Lori Vallow. So when she says that she couldn't get a fair trial in Maricopa County, that is not the truth. Your cases involved 24 separate jurors who deliberated and reached verdicts on these 2 cases. They represent a broad cross-section of society, which means these 2 verdicts represent the decisions of our community, not the view of a single person, not the view of a single prosecutor, and not the view of a judge. The collective decision-making of juries helps to reduce individual biases and errors in judgment. 12 jurors in the first case unanimously agreed that proof beyond a reasonable doubt established you conspired to kill Charles Vallow. And 12 separate jurors in the second case, again with no prior knowledge of you whatsoever, no knowledge of your notoriety, unanimously agreed you conspired to have Brandon Boudreaux killed. Many people have asked why the state bothered to extradite you and bring you to Arizona, given the sentences that you received in Idaho. Trials are not just about seeking accountability or punishment from those who have committed crimes, but to give the victims of crimes justice and acknowledgement of the impact of being a victim. Justice demands not only recognition of the pain inflicted, but a firm response that upholds the dignity of every victim harmed by the actions of someone who has shown blatant disregard for humanity. You've left a wake of destruction stretching from Louisiana, across Texas, Arizona, up to Idaho and back again. Anytime a person victimizes a single individual, the ripple effects of their actions extend far beyond the immediate harm. And you have not victimized just a single victim, but many. You've shattered lives, you've undermined trust, you've sowed fear in the hearts of many. I can't imagine what Brandon and his family went through for those months, hiding, Charles's family wondering who's next. Is someone coming for them? Jenny said a lot of the things I was already going to say to you, Brandon. I'll just touch on a couple of them. I had wondered during the trial whether you suffer from survivor's guilt, and she confirmed that for me today. I also remember looking at you in the back of the courtroom trial, and just, you have this look about you of a wounded individual. I hope you can heal someday. To Charles's family, I just wanted to share with you that I'm sorry for your loss. Charles seemed like a great all-around guy. One of the exhibits that was put up during the first trial, I noticed something. He and I share the same birthday. So I'll remember him on my birthday.
I was wondering where the judge was going with that, and I'm like, I don't hate it.
Yeah. This is.
You always have to get a little nervous when it gets personal.
Yeah.
And I don't hate that one.
Nope, I don't either, because it actually is one of those things where I've.
Like sometimes I'm like, ooh, don't like this.
But it's something where at the conclusion of a trial, the court is indicating not that it persuaded them one way or another, but this is something that will stick with this judge forever. Like this is never not gonna be a part of what he saw. Also, as far as statements made about what the purpose of victim impact statements are and the recognition of the different interests of a trial, the outcome of a trial, what it's intended to fix or to remedy or to bring. Really good job articulating it. Like he does a really good job, like tiptoeing that line.
Yeah, I got no issues with any of that.
Yeah,
I think he.
Good job. I like this judge a lot because he's
I've seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person.
I was like, thank God. Like that must have been echoing in this judge's mind, like for a long time. Like, how many cases has this judge seen where whether a person faces 20 years in jail or not comes down to the decision they made in a split second. Probably the vast majority of cases.
Sometimes it can be just things like, things like, did you decide to be the getaway driver for a bank robbery?
Yeah.
And like, you didn't realize somebody had a gun, but they had a gun. So, yep.
It's that stuff. But this judge is like, you are not that person. I was like, yep, that.
The amount of contemplation, calculation, planning, manipulation that went into these crimes is unparalleled in my career. Your powers of manipulation are profoundly destructive, one that undermines trust, distorts truth, and can erode the very foundations of healthy relationships and society. The impact of your manipulation has been devastating, insidious, and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder if Alex died as a result of the extraordinary burdens that you placed upon him. No one will ever know. You preyed on the vulnerability of those around you, JJ, Tylee, Alex, Melanie, others. And today I heard about Colby. You specialized in exploiting the empathy and goodwill of others, turning those virtues into tools of control and harm. I think that over time, as a result of being subjected to your manipulation, those people lost their sense of self and their ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. In the face of such profound damage, a long prison sentence is not merely a punishment. It is a necessary affirmation that our society values justice, protection, and the sanctity of human life. You just referenced a Bible verse or a verse recently about the prisoners shall go free. That is not a literal verse. That is a verse about people that accept Jesus can be in prison and they will go free when they die and go to heaven. But it will take an act of God for you to go free.
God, that felt good. Do you want to hear that again? Just it will take an act of God for you to go free.
And she's like, that's what I'm counting on.
It was just,
A long prison sentence is not merely a punishment. It is a necessary affirmation that our society values justice, protection, and the sanctity of human life. You just referenced a Bible verse or a verse recently about the prisoners shall go free. That is not a literal verse. That is a verse about people that accept Jesus can be in prison and they will go free when they die and go to heaven. But it will take an act of God for you to go free. In short, you should never be released from prison. Eventually, the camera that you seek out so much, the media requests, will lessen over time and you'll fade into obscurity. The state has requested that I find additional aggravation. The court does find that in CR 2021-001704, the offense was committed in the expectation that you would receive pecuniary gain. In the CR 2022-001242 case, the court finds the emotional harm suffered by Brandon and his family to be immeasurable. The sentences on those aggravating factors alone will be justified. The state also asked to find an aggravating factor of a prior felony conviction within 10 years of this offense. However, I'm hesitant to do that just because of the way that statute reads, that the offense had to be committed before the date of the offense on these two crimes, which it wasn't. So the court will decline to find that aggravating factor. However, as I said, the substantial amount of harm to the victims and the victim's family, emotional, financial, and otherwise, are immeasurable and justifies consecutive sentences. Ms. Vallow, what's your position on Ms. Woodcock's restitution request of $8,949.52?
I just received it from my advisory council and I'd like to get a chance to look at it. So I know that the restitution from Brandon hasn't been turned in yet, so we'll look at that and I can discuss it with my advisory council.
Would you want to waive your appearance for a restitution hearing in the future and have your counsel handle that?
I don't see why I couldn't appear by Zoom.
He's
I
like,
think my request
suggestion.
would be just so
The judge has to be gritting his teeth. Like, I am just trying to get to the point where I no longer have to deal with you. Can you please, God, just waive a physical appearance so I don't have to deal with you anymore?
And it's $8,000 of restitution,
which is
going to get ordered.
Low amount.
Yeah, that is like a tiny amount, and
not waive her appearance at this time, but if there ends up being some restitution hearing, I can reach out to her and decide if she wants to be here for that.
I'm not going to have her extradited from Idaho for a restitution hearing if she wants to appear. So that's my issue here. She may be able to appear virtually. I don't know.
Because at this time, we don't have the restitution from Mr. Boudreaux. So.
All right. I'm going to set a status conference regarding restitution as to Kay Woodcock. We'll set that in a few moments. If you agree to it prior to that date, we'll vacate it. If not, we'll have to talk about setting a restitution hearing.
Also, to a certain extent, the restitution
The court
is
will
kind
also,
of dumb.
at the request
because they will never get restitution out of her.
of Brandon Boudreaux, issue a lifetime injunction that prevents you from having any form of contact whatsoever with him for the rest of your life. The court will also issue an injunction on behalf of Susan Vallow, Kay Woodcock, and Jerry Vallow that likewise prohibits you from having any form of contact with them for the rest of your life. You'll be served with those injunctions later today. In each case, it's ordered that you pay a $9 victim compensation fund assessment, a $20 probation assessment, a $2 victims' rights enforcement assessment, and a $13 criminal penalty assessment. Although it's largely symbolic, the court's going to impose the maximum fine allowable for each case. It's ordered that you pay a $150,000 fine plus a 78% surcharge on each case. Those total fines on each case is $267,000. I know the law says that you can't financially benefit off your crimes, but in the event that somehow you did, those restitution amount or those fine amounts are out there that can be paid. As to count 1 in CR 2021-001704, the court orders you to be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. This sentence would run consecutively to the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in Fremont County, case number CR 22-21-1624. As to count 1 in CR 001-242-001, it's ordered that you be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. That sentence also, due to the number of victims you've created in the two cases, the immeasurable harm you've inflicted on many, it's ordered that that run consecutive to CR 2021-001704. Because these sentences are consecutive to one another and consecutive to the Idaho case in which you are currently serving a sentence, you're giving 0 days credit for time served. You have the right to appeal from the orders of the court and to have a lawyer represent you. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. If instead you want to represent yourself in your appeal, you must file a written waiver no later than 30 days after the filing of your notice of appeal. If you cannot afford copies of the necessary records and transcripts, they would be provided for you at no cost. If you want to appeal, you must file a notice of appeal within 20 days of today, or you lose that right. If you want to petition for post-conviction of relief, you must file a notice within 90 days from today, or within 30 days after the appellate court issues a mandate affirming the judgment and sentence in your direct appeal, whichever is later, or you would lose that right as well. It's ordered remanding you to the Custody Department of Corrections effective today to carry out those sentences. We're at recess.
Probably the most patience I could ever imagine a judge employing during that entire sentencing. Like, this is.
All right. Lori, right in prison. We can't do that.
Yes, someone says rotten prison and Lori blinks or winks. There are cases that I struggle with, right? The ones that are just horrible acts of violence, horrible statements about the victims. Then there are cases that really just test you. Lori Vallow Daybell is one of those that really just tests me, because I don't know that I could ever fathom an evil quite like that. That is.
Oh, I mean, there's lots of evil out there.
There is. There is. I don't know if I've never run across it. I think that's the one case where the one person who's so openly, I don't know. It's really evil. So she's a patience tester. 7 consecutive life sentences.
I mean, she better be real patient to get through that.
Miracles, Ian. There's miracles.
I mean, she won't even be getting Miracle Whip, let alone the regular miracles.
Ian, you know they don't have proper nutrition in the jails, but the prisons, they have Miracle Whip, apparently.
I mean, Miracle Whip is an example of not proper nutrition, so.
That's true. That actually is true. Okay. Actually made it through all the topics I want to talk about today. I'm actually pretty happy with myself.
Yeah, I interfered less than usual.
You did. You were appropriately distracted. I can see you either typing to somebody, typing a brief, or playing a game.
Some of all of the above.
Yeah, I was going to say some combination of all of them. But before I roll the super chats, I just want to remind people who are here, please, thank you for being here. Much appreciated. Thank you guys for sticking through and for watching a lot of the coverage. I've been out of the regular rotation for a little while, and then we're second week back in, trying to get back on the saddle and make this more consistent. It's very difficult with the full-time work week job and a house that's in remarkable stages of disarray, but we're going to try to keep it up. So please remember to hit the like button. Just like button. Really easy. Take a break. Take a second. Do it right now. And if you like the content, please subscribe. Got other trials coming up. Corey Richens, I think, did not get continued.
Oh, I thought she would.
Did she get continued? I don't know.
No, I said I thought she would. Not that I thought she did, but.
Oh. So there's a bunch of trials coming up. This is a weird time of year. Law is generally cyclical on a yearly basis. You usually see trials. You don't see a whole lot during the summer. Let's see. Oh no, it did get continued February. That's annoying.
Yeah, usually the summer they don't tend to book much because everybody gets vacation.
It's hard to see the jury. Everyone's on vacation. Usually judicial conferences take place during the summer months. Corey Richards did get continued. Donna Adelson. I don't know that case. I couldn't catch up on that case to see if it's worth watching. Case is pretty wild from my understanding. All right.
I got some Canadian stuff to catch up on, so.
Oh, what Canadian stuff?
Did you hear about the hockey player trial?
No.
So this one's kind of a big deal here right now, and we just got the verdict. Of course, we don't televise anything, so we don't know any of the what happened. But what sort of the allegations were is that so post winning the youth championship, that this hockey player picks up this girl and has consensual relations with her.
Mm-hmm.
And then 4 other guys show up, and she alleges that from there things become not consensual.
The fuck?
Yeah. They were just all acquitted. And yeah, the evidence in it is kind of rough. The complainant was not believed. There were video recordings suggesting consent fairly heavily. It's a mess because a lot of people are sort of like, hey, how could somebody consent to that? And it gets interesting because, yeah, this is one of those trials that a lot of people want to make into a cause, and that's always the wrong thing to do with a with a trial. But so it's guess how long the ruling is?
Oh no, it's either really short or really long.
91 pages.
Wow.
The judge delivered the ruling orally as well as in writing.
Holy crap.
And it took the entire day to deliver the ruling.
Wow.
Some people are saying 19 or 91. 9-1. 91 pages. So, judge real thorough, I guess is the way to put that. And yeah, anyway, it's a controversial one. It's going to take a little bit of sort of finesse, and also I have to spend some time going through 91 pages because I don't plan on reading 91 pages for my coverage of it, because that would just be forever. So I got to figure out sort of which parts to cover, and yeah, but that I got to get out soon. I suppose I could do it on my Monday stream and just hey, the Monday stream is going to be all day of just covering this one.
91 pages. Wow.
That's a thought.
All right.
I don't know if it's a great thought, but it's a thought.
Quite the thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Brian, and people are asking about Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh trial is set to begin August 20th. Adelson trial is set to begin, Brian Walsh, October 20th. Adelson, August 19th. So things to be on the lookout for. I'll take a look and see if there's something we can catch up on. But I'm going to roll the super chats, get those wrapped up, and then get out of here for the evening because we've been going for damn near 5 hours. And let's go ahead, one last swoop to the super chat roll up. Armar. My Nana had a room full of dolls, and I avoided it. Should I have averted my eyes if I had to walk past the super creepy? She also had dolls on the shelf above her door. Yeah, nope, that's creepy. Not going in that room ever. Harbinger of imminent death. Any chance Turtle Boy gets convicted of anything? There's always a chance of conviction. There's always a chance of conviction. The chance of conviction, generally speaking, is always a slightly bit higher than the chance of acquittal. Just statistically speaking. I don't know. I think a lot.
I have hopes that he will get cleared of everything.
Me too.
But you never know for sure.
I think that those prosecutions are an abuse of the statute. I don't think the statute is or was intended for that. I think it runs afoul of a lot of issues and coverage.
Have you looked at that statute? Because that statute seems to cover everything.
It's pretty
Like,
much if you, I have a big
if
issue
you
with the statute.
fart and somebody
It's offensive.
somebody who could be a witness, finds it to be particularly odoriferous, you could potentially go to jail.
Yeah, it really does seem to cover even like offensive commentary. It's pretty wild to me. I think the legislature needs to take a look at that and be like, hey, did we really intend to do this? The challenge is it's kind of a poison pill. Once you pass it, are you really going to be the congressperson or the senator that goes in and says, has their opponent running ads against you saying this person is anti-witness?
But really, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, it's probably still committing witness intimidation in the town or in Canton. So
it's pretty wild to me how that statute is drafted. Christy Robinson, always enjoy my Friday nights with you. Thank you. Thank you, Christy Robinson. Thanks for being a member for 20 months. Bob, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Very kind of you. Music to my soul. I agree with Runkle's two-step process on the victim impact statement. That having been said, I was glad for Olivia Gonsalves that she had the opportunity to confront Brian Koberger like that. Double-edged sword. We talked about it, tried to touch it as carefully as we could. There are times when it's good, times when it's not, times when you are conflicted in how you feel.
It's a tough one.
It is. And let's face it, there was zero chance the DA was going to stop the Gonsalves family after how upset they were about offering him the plea deal. Yeah, the whole thing where the prosecutor in the Daybell case walks up to Kay Woodcock and is like, hey, so you can't do that. I think if the prosecutor walked up to Steve Gonsalves and tried to address him, he might get punched in the face.
Yeah.
The other Jules, thank you very kindly, very generous of you. I just watched a sentence trial, life without parole. That penalty, defendant plead guilty to murder of 3 people via bludgeoned by hammer. The judge, defense, and state revised victim impact statement before jury heard. They took things out like I'm a Christian, etc. Felt so wrong. There is a difference between a victim impact statement offered to a jury who is charged with sentencing with death penalty or a judge who is presumed to be able to clear that stuff that they're not supposed to listen to out.
Yeah, and that would be a big deal, right? Because,
very, very, very big difference to allow something that should not be offered or presented to a jury, like to let the jury hear that versus a judge who is presumed to know what they can use and not use.
Yeah, I mean, as sort of an example, I had a trial, and one of my arguments was that the police had had personal animus towards my client because my client had been convicted repeatedly of assault peace officer. And so basically it was like, hey, my client's hit cops before. So, the cops wanted to get a bit of revenge. And so I'm eliciting this evidence, and the judge is like, Mr. Runkle. And I'm like, Your Honor, I am eliciting this as part of the narrative here as to motives for the police officers. I'm not eliciting it, and I don't believe my friend would attempt to use it for the purpose of suggesting that, that he has any proclivity or anything along those lines. That is, this court knows that's forbidden reasoning. And the judge is like, okay, Mr. Runkle, but tread carefully was kind of the thing. But I know that the judge there is able to, to put that out of her head, right? And that, and ultimately I got a great result from that one. We didn't go to verdict, but the prosecutor got nervous enough that she came down from seeking like 3 years to being like, will your client plead to this much lesser thing for time served? And it's like, yeah, that actually sounds great. Let's do that. So, but you would never do that with the jury, right?
No.
Because the jury's not going to be able to separate that out, and it's just going to be a giant disaster. And that's not what you want. So, big difference. Big difference.
Yep. It is. So thank you for the illustration. Great question, though. It's a great question, though, Jules. And way to bring that up
100%.
because it helps us address that. Robin, the ADR Pro, catharsis is a powerful shared emotional experience. It is cleansing. That is why we have the Greek tragedies. Catharsis is powerful, but there's a time and a place for catharsis. The defense rests here in Oz, 1 life sentence for 3 first-degree death.
So there's a case out of Australia where this woman, she cooked a meal and she says, "Oh, I foraged mushrooms and I accidentally got some toxic mushrooms." And, turns out some people died. And, I'm lucky I didn't die, and so forth.
Oh, wow.
And they're
I'm
like,
looking at yeah.
They're like, "No, you did that on purpose." And,
Wow,
jail
okay.
forever. And, yeah.
Interesting case. Let's take a look
Yeah,
at that.
it's nuts.
That's fascinating. Rob, you need a headset with a built-in mic so that if you move your head, which is impossible not to do, your audio won't fade in and out. I apologize for moving my head. That's my fault. The headset mics, generally speaking, not really great.
Headset mics are pretty awful.
I just need to not move my head as much as I do.
Chat. This is my mic.
Yeah.
And just for reference, they don't make a headset version of that because you would break your neck.
They're pretty big.
Yeah.
Megan Sue 819 is someone who's endured severe DV, and so did my son. It took 13 years of court dates, multiple restraining orders, and the fear never ends. That was in reference to some of the impact statements by the victims in the Daybell case. I am sorry that you went through that. I agree that is the case, and it is very sad that people that do these things will never actually. There is no punishment that actually is completely fulfilling in remedying the injury they inflict on so many.
That's
and
kind of the problem with our system, is that there isn't a way to fix a lot of, the results we want and the results we get are different results. And
it's very, very, very difficult. Annabelle Feinstein, last week, 35 plus years drug free, 2 years plus. Wow. Okay. 2 years, 0 nicotine. That's impressive. Way to go.
That's very impressive.
That's a hell of an achievement. Congratulations. Oh, yes. Aaron Spencer trial. I just looked that up. That actually had an interesting ruling in May about gag order in the case. Let me take more look at that case, but it looks like it's scheduled for August 8th. Or no, begins September 22nd. So I'll have to take a look at that. It looks interesting. Gag order overturned by the Supreme Court of Arkansas.
Interesting.
Yellow Pill MP, whenever you get a chance later, check your email. My YouTube username is the subject line. I absolutely will. Thank you very much. Okay, that wraps everything. Thank you guys for being here. 5 hours. Very much appreciated. Getting back in the swing of things. We covered a whole lot of topics tonight, though, which I very much enjoyed doing.
We actually managed to make it through things. That's weird.
It was impressive. We made it through all of the above. Made it through all of the things that I needed to make it through, or wanted to, which is impressive because I had set quite the docket for the evening that I really didn't anticipate. Again, thank you guys for being here. Ian, thank you for the contributions, fun and enjoyment in discussing
I've missed
difficult
doing
topics.
this. So
I know it's been a wild summer where there's been stuff going on all over the place and not really the availability to get a bunch of people on the same live stream at one time. So I appreciate. Thank you for being here again. It's really awesome.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. So,
and you're doing Monday again?
I should be doing Monday. Yep. Looking forward to Monday, and it'll be exciting. I'm still digging up cases and so forth, but there's
so much going on.
Somebody suing Taylor Swift.
What? For what purpose? Why?
Not good purposes.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, if you're wondering, like, hey, why would somebody sue Taylor Swift? It's like, well, because they crazy. And yeah, so that one's good for like a light palate cleanser because it's funny. It's not actually clear that Taylor Swift knew she was being sued, but yeah, it's a fun one.
Well, you have to set your calendar for Tuesday, August 5th for the continuation of Adam Lally being on the stand.
Oh, yes, I really do.
Like that's a calendar setting hearing.
Yeah, I kind of want to laugh at that because
never.
I mean, if it wasn't a murder, they probably would have just made that go away quietly.
Would have dismissed. Yeah, it would.
But
the entire charge would have been dismissed.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, you're going to call the prosecutor. We're just going to make it, make it go away.
Yeah.
So,
all right, folks. Well, I'm going to wrap up, and we are going to say goodbye. Hopefully, all of you are doing well. Have a lovely weekend. Get out there, make something. You'll feel better. I'm going to try and make my house less chaos. That's going to be my goal for the weekend. Cheers to all of you, and have a lovely evening. Again, hit the like button on your way out. Leave a comment for cases you want me to cover and what you want me to check up on in the next coming weeks. And we'll catch you next time. Bye, guys.